it would be pretty dope. I think that'll make really good social content.
Yeah.
Really,
I think
good
that's
social content.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good look. That's gonna be a good look. I'm looking forward, especially like when we get into the studio.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, and doing it that way.
Yeah, I think we should record the first episode the week you get back.
For sure.
So that last week in July, and then just start recording maybe every Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every Tuesday, and then we'll post on Thursdays. That was my plan, to post on Thursday, because I want the first podcast to go up August 11th, which falls on a Thursday, which I think is a good day to drop a podcast. So do that. What's up, squad? Start the movie. We're getting there. We're getting there. Will Z, what's happening? I see you working this morning, Will Z. You already know, baby.
Where's Jay Stahl at? Is Jay Stahl in here yet? There's so much cap going on right now. Oh my gosh, you guys are capping just a cap. Oh my gosh. You guys are capping just a cap. Ah!
What are the odds Kenny just throws this whole Twitter conversation out in the opening segment? Just throws everything out.
I'm gonna let her rock. We got the rundown. I'm gonna let it come in the rundown. But the cap, just the cap. Oh my gosh.
Y'all want to get a topic on the show? Just get Kenny worked up on Twitter.
Just don't be lying to us.
Okay. What's good, baby? Very happy Thursday, July 7th. Welcome in to D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Burling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Watch your mouth, woman. Happy that you are here with us. Deuce Mo going to be with us coming up at 1:47. Olivia Christian makes her triumphant return.
Yeah, Maybach. A
couple of weeks away, coming up in the final hour of the show. Kenny will bring his Twitter vendettas here to the radio as the show rolls along. We've got plenty of stuff to talk about
out here, man.
We've got the phone lines open for you. 916-349-1320. Of course, you can watch on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. No Kings basketball last night. No, nothing to overreact to. No Keegan Murray. No Hall of Fame status. Nothing like that. But we did see a clip from De'Aaron Fox that posted. Sean Cunningham posted this near the end of our show, and when we got a chance to take a look at it after the show, and it's like, oh, happy De'Aaron Fox. This is like year one or year two De'Aaron Fox. I like this. Doesn't happen. Yeah. All we were missing. The only thing we were missing was the long hair.
This is true. I miss De'Aaron with the hair, man. I do. It was his own style. It was his own his trademark. Then he cut his hair off, and you just gotta. I mean, he got a cool little Caesar. It's cool, whatever. But the trademark when he had the hair, that was fire. But at least with that demeanor back.
Yeah, that's it. When he cut his hair, they cut his demeanor, like his excitement disappeared. And some would argue when he cut his hair, like his explosiveness disappeared. He didn't. With the exception of the famous empty arena dunk, it wasn't a lot of didn't have that same vibe. But I'm feeling the vibe coming back from De'Aaron. After that conversation with Sean Cunningham yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he talked with Sean. He sounded like he was in a good space. He was ready to go. Remember what he last year? I forgot what happened, but he had that clip when he was at training camp. And remember, we said he sounded like Kobe. But he's like, they got to do with me. I don't know.
I do remember that. I don't remember what he was talking about.
I forgot what happened.
I have no clue what he was talking about.
He wasn't here for it.
But I remember it.
They got to do with me.
Yeah, that's marvelous. Yeah, he was not about it.
He's upbeat yesterday.
Yeah,
he's ready to go. So I'm happy to see that. I think we talked about it a number of different times. James has talked about it a number of different times. I think he knows it. I mean, this is the biggest season of his career to date. You know, there has to be production throughout the season, and there has to be W's throughout the season. And I think he understands that. I think he's ready for that. Whether or not he's going to be able to cash in, only time will tell. But I'm starting to get to the point where, you know, I'm betting on Fox and these Kings to cash in on more wins this year.
Oh man, 100%. And we believe and have said on numerous occasions that starts with De'Aaron Fox. But I believe this conversation with Sean Cunningham started, or at least it certainly centered on Malik Monk. And De'Aaron was asked about his relationship with his former Kentucky teammate.
Oh, it's strong. I mean, I say it all the time. I talk to him, Bam, and Winyan, our freshman class, just about every day. So we're all still close. And we actually had Winyan in LA this past year too. But now we're all close, and now we're going to be together just about every day. So I think it'll make the bond even stronger.
And the follow-up from Sean Cunningham, Fox 40, was, you know, what's the value, you know, having someone you know so well on the team. He talked about them, being together every day, and Sean asked him about, the value in that.
I think it's big. I mean, you see guys, brothers getting drafted to the same teams and stuff like that. So it's definitely a big thing. But for us, it's, we keep the main thing the main thing. We know that it's about basketball. Obviously, hanging off the court is always great, but once we step on the court, if we're on the same team in practice or against each other in practice, we're there to make each other better.
Feels like a T-shirt idea right there. We keep the main thing the main thing. I think that's
keep the main thing.
I think that's a solid T-shirt idea. We keep the main thing the main thing. That's a good look. That's a good look.
Hey, I'm very bullish on what De'Aaron Fox can do this year. And I mean, I know it sounds crazy, especially considering the lack of team success that he's had in his career, that, the idea, I'm not even saying this is exactly what happened, but the idea that Monty in this front office is trying to do things to appease De'Aaron Fox, or, make him happy, or make sure he's in the best place possible. I know people, scoff at that and think that's ridiculous. Like I said, considering the team success or lack thereof he's had since he's been in the NBA. But I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. Like I think it's definitely time right now you've invested in De'Aaron Fox financially. Now invest in him with this roster. Put everything around him to make sure he's the best version of himself, and see if he truly can be that franchise player. You know what I mean? Like, one part of it is you just have a franchise player and everything's all good, but he can be as good as he wants. I think this goes for pretty much everybody in the league. If he doesn't have the right players around him, it doesn't matter. It's not going to lead to victories. And I think so much during this 5-6 years we've had De'Aaron Fox, there hasn't been the right group around him. You're putting the right group around him. Invest in him. If like I said, you invested in him financially, why not do it on the court too?
Do you think they've done that?
I think they have this offseason. Absolutely. Whether it's strategically, like putting the roster together around him that has shooters, or, matching him up, going to get Sabonis last year, matching him up with him. I talked about it. People kind of scoff at it. I understand it doesn't necessarily lead to win, but the vibes, you know what I mean? Having somebody like Malik around him.
Yeah, those are important.
I'm not saying if Malik wasn't good.
Well, not just who's around him.
Make De'Aaron happy.
Yeah, not just who's around him, but who's not.
That too. And I think I think that played a lot into last year's lack of success and lack of cohesion. And I'm not here to say, like, as men, he didn't like Marvin or Buddy or not. I'm not saying that, but he saw what was going on and the vibes that was around the team. I was like, this ain't a team. Like, these guys got a whole nother thing going on.
Yeah.
And it was a turnoff. And I think last year was a learning experience for him. He wasn't able to overcome the turnoff of having that situation going in the locker room. Some people are, you know what I mean? But De'Aaron Fox, I don't think was able to overcome that last year while all that was hanging around. And it affected his game, and it left the team without a leader. And this year, the vibes are a lot different with the locker room, man. He's got his guy in here. You know what I mean? I don't sneeze at that. I don't scoff at that. He's got his boy in here, and maybe they can rekindle some things they had down in Kentucky.
There's good energy around this team for the first time in a long time. You know, and you got to be careful what you believe and what's real, what's not. I mean, we'll use a couple of names here. If there was any truth, like any kernel of truth, to Jaden Ivey not wanting to be in Sacramento, I want to be clear, I don't think that there was. I think that, and I think he is much. It's not me. Like that's not me. That's my agents who kept me away from Sacramento. But hypothetically, if there was any kernel of truth to that, best player available or not, you can't have him. You can't do that. We were talking about that with Dante DiVincenzo. I think there's a variety of reasons that Dante DiVincenzo isn't here. But you know, from James Ham's reporting, there was an ill vibe between if at least the Sacramento Kings and Team Dante. Whether it was actually Dante DiVincenzo, I'm not sure, but Team Dante for sure, there was some ill vibes right there, and you can't have that. Like you just cleared that out. Right? You cannot have that anymore. And I think this is the freshest start a Sacramento Kings team has had in a really, really long time.
I agree.
I'm trying to think back to the year Luke Walton was hired. Like I think there was still, I wouldn't call that a fresh start. That was kind of clearly Vlade thought Luke Walton was going to get them to the quote next level. Instead, they went in reverse, and they've been in reverse ever since, or perhaps they've been in neutral ever since. But this is obviously a really big year for De'Aaron Fox. It's a big year for Monty McNair as well. There's more I want to talk about with De'Aaron, by the way, and we'll kind of pause this part, and we're going to tie it into a couple of other things, but talk about De'Aaron getting off to a fast start. We talk about, De'Aaron coming out leading from game one. We talk about everybody kind of following De'Aaron and the high school high reference, the head of the snake reference, all of those different things. Like they all fit, they all work. I'm all down. I get it. At the same time, we need De'Aaron to stay healthy.
This is true.
And when you look back, it's like, he missed and in those instances, it's like, all right, we're a 30-win team, or you're fighting to get into a play-in game when you're looking at 33 wins. You're trying to get into the play-in with 33 wins. Like you could take that as a victory if you want to, but we know that that's not particularly encouraging moving forward. Right. So him missing the end of those seasons never really felt like a big deal. He missed his time this year. It's going to feel like a big deal because you've got to find a way to stay healthy. We're going to tie that into some other things, and not to be hypocrites here, we were praising Davion Mitchell yesterday and that YouTube series he's got, and how his work ethic, whether you're a basketball player or a radio show host or a mechanic, it's motivating to see a dude work that hard. And he's one of those guys. We talk about this with Rick Ross a lot, where you look at them and go, why am I not working that hard? Why can't I come up with ideas like that? Why am I not doing this? I ask, why is Kenny not waking up at 4:30 in the morning to get that grind in the garage? I'm like, I don't really know. But at the same time, there's a fine line, and I'll tell you what we're talking about. We'll tell you what we're talking about when we return. Of course, the phone lines are open for you again, 916-349-1320. We're just getting started. CeeLo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
I saw my boy Jay Stahl is in here. Oh, we radio showing today.
Hey, real quick, before you go off on Jay Stahl, is my voice behind?
No, it's good now.
Oh, okay.
For a minute earlier, it felt like it was, but it's on par now.
Okay.
And I ain't even going on. I'm saving it for the show. I'm just saying we radio showing today. Jay Stahl, we radio showing today.
Jay Stahl, I'm going to need you to stop tweeting my partner before shows. I'm gonna have to have your account. I'm gonna have to have your account disabled
because there's just too much cap going on right now. Him and Jason Joseph is too much cap.
The second Kenny brings up Aaron Donald, this is what the show gonna look. It's gonna be like Kenny with that Giant segment yesterday.
Oh, you saw what we'll talk about
apparently,
that too. Apparently. We'll talk about that too. They were listening to D-Lo and KC.
As they should be.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not listening to D-Lo and KC, what are you really doing
with your life?
Oh man. Got some more sound from Fox we can sprinkle in.
This is pretty ridiculous.
It's getting ridiculous
that CBS Sports doesn't have an on-demand feature. Who doesn't have an on-demand feature in 2022?
What are you trying to watch?
I'm trying to have the big three on in the background.
Yeah, so that's a weird story. We'll talk about that later. I still don't quite understand what's real and what's not.
I don't even know how that happened.
I mean, like Cap sitting at home as push notifications from Shams come through. What the fuck? What? Hey, wait! What is this? Like, Smokey, what is this?
He called his agent like, "Hey, you see what?
Who's doing this with my money? What is happening?" We'll talk about it, but man, that league should not go out of business. That league is a really, really good live event for families. Like it's a really, really good live event. Cole, you need to leave Ice Cube alone, man. That man thought he was doing the right thing.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. We ain't gonna do that right now, Cole.
He a legend.
We ain't gonna do that right now. Mm-hmm.
We might have a little mini, like a little mini Culture Corner podcast on that Cop Killer song. I've been researching. I heard something in my book, so I started researching it. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Like
so
Cop Killer
came about and backlash and all that.
The whole thing is so crazy because the Body Count is the name of the group with Ice-T does this heavy metal record. And the concession was the album was originally called Cop Killer. They changed the album to Body Count. They were like, here's the concession. Cop Killer will be an album track. We'll call it Body Count. With all due respect to Ice-T and Body Count, they dropped the album and no one really cares. Like the heavy metal genre is like, okay. The hip hop genre is like, the fuck? No. So it was gone. Like it was done. And then someone related to a cop found it. Like they found that they heard the song.
Yeah.
And they sent it to, I think it was the cops union, one of the cop unions in Texas. and that started everything. This album sold like 100,000. Now you got to wait. See, I was mid story. Now everybody got to wait. That's my fault. I started the story late, but it's a good story. Like I think we in addition to this new podcast we're creating, we create little like 2-minute podcasts to throw out to people because the story of the heavy metal song "Cop Killer" that from Ice-T's old band Body Count, like the story behind that song I've been studying over the last like 2 weeks it's just incredible how that song became known to the public and how, because Ice-T was best known as a hip hop artist, that was framed as a rap song and rappers hate cops. But it was a heavy metal record.
True.
Like it was very much a heavy metal record. For those in the chat, I'll finish the story during the commercial break. For everybody else, well, you could tune in. Like I don't know. We'll repackage this somehow, man. But D'Lo and Casey got some really, really good stuff coming your way. I hope we can deliver all this. When I tell you we're excited about the stuff we got coming up in like the next month, man, I mean, we are super excited about the stuff we got coming up in the next month.
It's gonna be a lot of fun, man. I know I'm hyped. I can't wait. This is gonna be dope. Yeah.
So it brings us back to yesterday's conversation. Make sure you're following us on TikTok and Instagram. At ESPN 1320 on TikTok, at ESPN 1320, and at D'Lo and KC on Instagram, man.
So we'll let you know when we're on Black Planet too. We're working on that.
Yeah, I'm putting that profile together right now. I'm afraid if HBC Unite is any indication, I'm afraid Black Planet would crash the second they got a look at KC's new Invisalign smile. So I'm trying to be careful. I'm trying to approach them just cautiously. I don't know how much bandwidth they got over there at Black Planet, but you know, again, if it's anything like HBC Unite and Kendra, KMB, if you're listening, got to make sure we run that back. We might need two in the upcoming season.
Yeah, one each half of the season, before All-Star break and after All-Star break.
Yeah, we're gonna need that. I'm gonna need some help too. Just navigating all of the traffic around my partner. Should we do HBC Unite too?
Hey, man, I'm just watching the game.
That is cap. You gonna lie to the people like that, huh?
I was just watching the game.
You gonna poor? We was over here. We was trying to talk to Roddy, but nope, slid on in there, man. And here I am, just like, this happens all the time. Happens everywhere we go.
This guy.
Shout out to our guy. Roddy was there though. Like everybody knows this is truth. Shout out to our guy Rico Hines, who again, obviously, he's like, let me put the speculation to an end. Y'all out here talking about me. I'm going to Toronto.
Yeah,
Chris Broussard is baffled by this, by the way. Like, wait a minute. Rico Hines is going to Toronto. Wait,
you said Chris Broussard is baffled by this?
That's what I said.
I didn't know that he was going to Toronto. What I thought was going to happen was, and make no bones about it, this is what people always misconstrue. Mm-hmm. I thought he was going to stay with the Kings, but in fact, he is going to Toronto.
One, that beats Doc to me like by 1,000 miles. Two, is Jazz home? Because
she is, but she's not on a call.
Your post show, Chris Broussard, when the house was empty.
Oh, it's lit.
From late last week was an all timer.
Yeah, it's lit. It's lit.
Because the volume, it was that whole thing right there with the volume up to like
this one
20.
Is more of a whisper. It's as high as I can go.
Kenny doesn't want to get the look.
No.
So he's got to keep this
busting the door open, looking at me crazy.
Don't want. You know what I thought about too? When we go to this, what are our coworkers going to think of us? Like we've never been around people.
These weirdos.
We've never been around people when we do this show, like, and we yell and we look off in the distance and we talk to imaginary people and we got all these impressions. Like, what are the people who are going to be working like 20 feet from the door going to think about our show?
It's going to be my favorite. Damien is when he yells. He turns to the side and he yells like somebody is telling you something, and you turn to the side and you yell. You're like, "Hey, jackass!"
I don't know why I do that either. Like I feel like I just really got to sell the bit for those who are watching. So I lean back and look off in the distance.
Every time it cracks me up.
I don't know why I do that. It's a really stupid quirk, but I am looking forward to our coworkers. Hey, maybe we just send them back home. They really don't have to be here. Let's send them back home.
We still won't be at a company party though.
Those things
are from 1 to 5 every time.
1 to 4 just to ensure we get nothing. That's true. That's true. The place where the new company parties are happening are like within, like Jesse will actually be able to see them. Everybody celebrating and having cake and popping Luke Belair. Jesse will be able to see it all while we're sitting in the studios. Working.
at 2:05 mid segment.
I can't wait to like, who the hell are these guys? Sir, are you lost?
Especially me. They know who you are. They seen you around. They don't know who they are. I'm just a voice.
Hey Jesse, when thank you.
Come on.
Thank
man.
you.
Come on.
Thank you.
Man,
thank you. Yeah. Because we had to go get Kenny. That's the crazy part. We got yelled. Hey, be on time. Like, I had to go get Kenny. Oh, Kenny Caraway.
Well, look, they didn't give me no key card.
I ain't got a key card either.
I was like Jamal Adams.
I've been to that building over and over and over and over again. Went in to meet with Joe, our boss's boss. Joe, you, should I have a key card? Nah. All right, cool. Yes. No. I guess no problem. I guess I'll just call you anytime I'm invited. Kenny Caraway, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Meanwhile, it almost became the Kenny Caraway show that day.
I'll tell you, man, you can't listen to the people in the media, man. They just be saying anything. Don't listen to these guys, man.
I was there. Jesse was there. Like, we all know what happened. Rico Hines announced on Instagram that he is on his way to join the Toronto Raptors, man. The idea of Rico working out Scotty Barnes, boy, my goodness, man. Scotty Barnes already very good, working with one of the best here in Rico, man. That's some great development. And with Toronto being at the center of a lot of these trade rumors, man, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of their offseason shakes out.
Yeah.
With that news on Rico, I feel like this is an interesting transition. We were just talking about De'Aaron Fox a few minutes ago, and De'Aaron's level of happiness. By the way, here's a couple of more pieces of sound from De'Aaron. He was asked about how, whether he approached the Kings about Malik Monk or whether the Kings approached him.
No, they actually, the bug was put in my ear. They asked, and then I let him know, and it was mutual interest. And obviously money plays a factor as well, and we could offer him more. So that was a bit of a thing, and I think it's a great fit for our team. He shoots the hell out of the ball, and we all know that he's a guy that can come in and fill it up really well.
And to be clear, De'Aaron, this all happened at 3 p.m. at the start of free agency. It happened quick. Yeah, no, that's quick. Yeah. Hey, Malik. Hey, Kings. Malik, Kings. Money. Boom. Deal done. Someone tell D'Lo. Tell D'Lo and KC. Let's get it out there.
I think what happened was he was just randomly FaceTiming Malik. Because they were talking about the wedding and all this other stuff. Yep. He happened to be at the Kings headquarters, and he was about to go in to meet with Monty just because some off-season stuff.
That's right.
At about 2:58, and free agency started. And he was like, "Oh snap! I'm talking to Malik right now. Malik, what you think about?" And within the span of 45 seconds, we got the text, and boom, that's when it happened. I mean, that's the things they don't tell you about how crazy this free agency game is. Like it happens in seconds, just like that. Yeah.
Happens in seconds. De'Aaron, looks at I point this out. Got to be fair. He looks great. we marveled yesterday, and it's kind of it's just a part of the character that he is, like Davion Mitchell and this YouTube series he has, and the work ethic that he has. And you've heard I don't remember if it was Monty McNair, Alvin Gentry, I can't remember who it was. Could have been De'Aaron Fox talking about we've got to get Davion Mitchell off the court. And I couldn't help but notice, and again, I love that stuff. We said it yesterday. This stuff is super motivating. It's cool to see. Obviously, fans love to see it. Right. At the same time, like, we're starting to get posts of like Anthony Davis working out at 4:30 in the morning. Like what are you doing? What are we doing right now? Like, this is how I feel the same way about Anthony Davis that I do with De'Aaron Fox. Not to say that those guys shouldn't be playing basketball. Not to say that there aren't aspects of their game that those guys want to improve. I'm 1,000% confident that it is. And especially with Anthony Davis. My concern with Anthony Davis is not his game. My concern is his ability to stay healthy. Mm-hmm. We just talked a few minutes ago about, like De'Aaron's absence at the end of the last couple of seasons. It's not really a big deal. One was COVID related. Like, what are you going to do with that? The season was lost anyways. The other hand issue, like it's hard to prehab for a hand injury. I don't know what Pilates you do with your wrist or whatever happened last year. But, you look at this stuff and you're running around cones and getting 4,000 threes up and 4,000 free throws. Like, it's cool. Are you foam rolling? Like, are you massage? Are you getting massages? Are you doing yoga? Are you and DeMarcus doing hot yoga? Because that like, I'll use the pliability, the Tom Brady's favorite word when it comes to training. That pliability right there, like that's gonna go a lot further than your 400 free throws, right, to keeping you active. Like, Charles Barkley wasn't calling you street clothes because you were missing free throws. Right. He was calling you street clothes because you were missing games. Yeah. And I think we get too caught up in this off-season workout stuff sometimes.
And there's a whole nother aspect to that as well, is like, just because you posted on an Instagram, on a Twitter, doesn't mean there's a possibility that's the only day you've worked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I had put a workout up on Twitter today, people be like, oh, Hoop Central, Legion of Hoops, Bleacher Report, oh, KC in the lab, getting that work in. That could have been the only time I worked out in the last 2 weeks.
It also could have been at 2 p.m. the day before. Like, hey, post this at 4:50 in the morning. Right. Let them know I'm out here cooking.
The one thing that I always say, and it always rings with me, Bill Walton via John Wooden, never mistake activity for achievement. All right. So just because, especially, and you really got to pay attention to that in the social media era, yeah. You know what I mean? Where, you post something, people think that's just what it is all the time. So just because there's a number of different things, just because Anthony Davis posts a video of him at 4 a.m. doesn't mean it was really 4 a.m. It also doesn't mean that that's the first time he's been working out. Like, he could have very well been working out. Also, it doesn't, to your point, it doesn't mean that he's not working on his body. You know what I mean? Like, he could be doing all that other stuff and getting the work in. And also,
an Instagram reel of getting stretched isn't as sexy as shooting, making 5 threes in a row or something like that.
Exactly. And then also, you don't see somebody like De'Aaron Fox or somebody else working out, doesn't mean that they're not working out. Doesn't mean that they're not working on their game. They could very well not be. I don't know, but just because you don't see it.
Aaron's last workout post backfired. 15 pounds of muscle posted. Yeah, that backfired a little bit.
The clip, the picture. Excuse me.
The picture. Yeah, it was a picture. And that, again, that doesn't mean. That doesn't mean we don't love what we see from Davion Mitchell. That doesn't mean that these guys shouldn't be working out or post it. Like, yo, do you? I can't help but think Anthony Davis was bullied into this. My man was chilling, enjoying his off season. Oh, I ain't touched a basketball. By the way, that's a lot more common than you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like people walking away, not touching a basketball for extended periods of time following their season. That's not uncommon. Everybody has a process. It was just so, he told us about his process. Twitter ate him up for it. And the next day he was working out. And now my man working out at 4. What do you do with your day that you have to work out at 4:50 a.m.? Because what a good trainer, because if you're in a full sweat at 4:50, that's not when the workout started.
Right.
A good trainer would tell you, bruh, we can get the same workout in at 4:50 as we can at 10 o'clock.
Right. Especially if you're a professional player. Like you don't have a job to go to.
Get that sleep, bruh. Put your Aura ring on, get a score in the 90s, come back and we'll get that work in.
450 is excessive. Like 450 is if I didn't go to sleep and I want to go play. Like I wouldn't get up.
What as you?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't get up at 4 to go work out at 4:30.
If you were an athlete.
Yeah. If I was a professional athlete, I got all the resources in the world that I need, any gym I can get into. I wouldn't get up at 4 o'clock. I would, but if I am working at 4 o'clock, it's because I'm already up. Right? Like it's because it's 2 a.m. Like I need to get in the gym. Let me go to the gym.
That's the old
I would do it at that time.
That's the old Kobe thing. Right? Like Kobe would I don't want to say he started this, but it certainly became popular after people started asking questions. Is Kobe wouldn't lift earlier in the day. He wouldn't lift before practice. He would lift after games because his thing was always, I'm already amped up. Like I'm not going to sleep. It's not like basketball players get out of the game, get home, done with media, all of that stuff. It's 11 o'clock. They ain't going to bed.
Right.
They're still, riding that high. They're watching film. They're doing all of that different stuff. So Kobe was like, yo, I'm going to work out. I'm going to get my lift in, and then I can sleep a couple of extra hours on the other end, come in, get warmed up, get ready for practice. And that felt like after Kobe talked about that, it felt like that became really, really popular where guys start, that's a constructive use of time. I'm going to work out after games instead of working out earlier in the morning.
I remember seeing your boy James Harden do that a lot.
Yes, that is definitely my boy.
In Houston, he would do that. But that's also like, and then also I'll say this before I go into what I was going to explain is that's me. That's what I do. Who knows? Anthony Davis might be on that D-Lo sleep schedule where he's good being up. I don't want to get up at 4. So if I don't have to, I'll be getting the workout in at 8 a.m., not 4 a.m. Davion, Anthony Davis, that may work for them. You know what I mean? They may want to get it out the way, have the rest of their morning, do whatever. Once again, you got all the resources in the world. You can do whatever you want. But that also reminds me of like the stories you would hear with Floyd Mayweather, where Floyd would go to the club and he didn't drink, he didn't, smoke, none of that stuff. But, he'd get paid to show up to the club and or he'd hang out with his people or whatever the case may be. And he'd be at the club in Vegas and he'd be like, it'd be 1, 2 a.m. He'd like, all right, man, I'm out of here. I'm about to go. And he'd be like, oh, you want me to call for the car? He's like, no, just bring me my bag. And he'd get the bag out of somebody would come bring him his gym bag. He'd go in the bathroom, change into his workout clothes, and he'd run back home. That's how he'd leave the club. Or he'd run from the club to the Mayweather gym and work out at 2 a.m. or something like that. Like that's more so like how I would do it. Like I'm already out here, so let me just get the work in. But to each his own, man. It's just I actually don't think that it's these guys' fault at all to any of this. I think it's the way that we collectively react to it sometimes, where like if we don't see them working out, then they're not working out. And if we see somebody working out at 4, like, oh man, they putting in that work, it's crazy. Like, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on.
Well, it's also like you I think you also like with Davion's new. And like this is built into Davion's personality. This is what we've heard about him from jump.
Mm-hmm.
I would think the same thing is true for Anthony Davis. It is true for De'Aaron Fox. I don't think people want to see that. It's like, nah, it's cool. You're doing your work in the offseason. Yeah, give me 27 and 7 game 1, and 2 and 3 and 4. That would be, for De'Aaron. For Anthony Davis, yeah, dude, be healthy for 75 of the 82 games.
Right.
You'll be ready when the playoffs come around. You'll find a way to stay healthy. Find a way to be that Anthony Davis that people said was going to be the face of the league when he came out of Kentucky.
And the other thing about that as well, Damian, is in some part, he got no control over that. Like, he can foam roll and yoga all he wants.
That's
if
right.
he jumps and lands on somebody's ankle the wrong way, that's not his fault. That's not him not preparing for the season or training his body and all this other stuff. He can do what he can do, but some things are out of his control.
This was pointing out De'Aaron's injuries. Like, you can foam roll all you want. It ain't gonna stop you from getting COVID. Like a foam roll, yoga isn't the cure to COVID. Right. And what? Neither is whatever happened to his wrist or his finger or whatever it was at the end of last year. That stuff happens. It just happens. I think when you get into it's I'm not clowning whatsoever. It's the James Harden injuries that worry me, like the constant hamstring problems, that type of stuff. To me, I'm not a doctor, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. To me, those are the types of things that are avoidable. That's not from landing on someone's foot. That's not from that wrong step. That's not an impact injury. That's like, why is this so strained? Like, there to me, that's where prehab comes into play, and you can prevent that type of stuff. And I don't see anyone's welcome to correct me. I don't think that's ever come up with De'Aaron. And I can't remember the list of Anthony Davis injuries. Again, I'm not trying to clown. It's just like he was
injury. And then he hurt his knee this year, like joint stuff. Like, that's also another one. You can do a whole lot of stuff. Like, if your knee just structurally is all bad right now, then in some cases, all you need, the only thing that you can do is rest or whatever the case may be. Yeah. It's not like me. Like, I'm out of shape for how I would like to be. And there's stuff I need to stretch more or whatever. That's why my calves are so brittle right now.
That's why Pete Youngman put you on the he put you on the injured reserve list.
And he was right too. That extra 2 weeks was right, because I went to the kids' practice the other day. It was moving around a little bit. I feel better now. I can walk without a limp. And I was trying to jog with him a little bit. No. Calf said, get your ass back over here.
See, you gotta listen to Pete Youngman, man. That's how it works. The world will be a better place.
It'll be 2 more weeks. I said, yes, sir.
All right, let it ride. Let it ride.
Y'all stop bullying Anthony Davis is the moral of the story, though.
It is the moral of the story. Leave that man alone. I don't need to see Anthony Davis workout videos. Like, Anthony Davis has been
Davis not sleeping, just going to the gym at 4 because Twitter to say, what are you doing?
Like, y'all leave that man alone. Like, he is just getting he is just and I need Anthony Davis to puff his chest out a little bit. Like,
you know what you need him to do?
Y'all be weak in the knees.
Hey.
Stand up. Stand up.
Come on, AD. Come on, man. We know who you are, fella. You all right. You all right. If it's ingrained into your personality already, like Davion, that's cool. Like, the whole series is based on what Davion, the way he works.
Right.
That's completely different. And Davion and Anthony Davis, they're not looked at the same in this league. Davion misses a couple of games. He's not going to be made fun of on inside the NBA.
Yeah.
By the way, should there be a conversation? I know how entertaining that show is, but that is like your main entity. And one of the things they're so famous for is, like, they'll go hard at players.
I
don't know if I had a question there. It's like, I keep thinking about Charles calling him street clothes. Like, from an Anthony Davis perspective, that had to sting. It's not like me calling him street clothes. Like, that's one of your contemporaries right there.
Yeah. And that's tough. That's tough. I like it because I think it is them saying that. It's not Skip, saying that. It's guys
more value.
Yeah, who've been in the trenches, who understand what it takes to be on that level and what it takes to stay on that level. So there's more validity to the things that they say. But that is tough. I agree with you. Like, damn. And
Yeah,
especially when you talk about, like, I'm always sensitive in injuries because, like, Anthony Davis isn't trying to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Bagley's not trying to get hurt. Like, so I'm not going to get on a guy for being injured more times than that.
We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation 916-349-1320. If you want to jump in, we got the Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night on the way. And Kendrick Perkins had a Kevin Durant theory. I don't think I buy, but it got my attention.
Big perk.
Discuss that when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
I found the big three. It's on DAZN. This may keep me canceling my DAZN.
Really?
Yeah. The big three.
Big three.
Like the on-demand stuff. Like, this ain't live. I think every Sunday it's live on CBS, but
and
yeah, just
Fox too.
Going on.
I feel like they had something with Fox. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I feel like they might have been on FS1 last year. I don't know if they're still on there, but yeah. Any replays of the big three can go to DAZN. DAZN is it's cool, like the concept of it. They put a lot into boxing, and they just don't have a good enough boxing roster. But the idea of, like, if you like ESPN Plus, you like DAZN. It's cool. It's good for somebody like myself. I like options. And like watching random things like the big three.
I'm telling you, man, I think the big three is fun. Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf hit the game winner in the last game of because it's like a TV, like, it's not like when you go. Have you been to a big three?
No.
It's not like one game. They tape like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
And it can be a lot, but they keep it pretty entertaining. And you see a lot of people.
2. I think it should probably be no more than 2. With the length of those games, sometimes should probably be 2.
Yeah, they can. I mean, thankfully, the last game that night in Oakland was exciting, but it was also.
They're having this like halftime thing of, they take the people in the crowd and have them shoot this 4-point shot, and everybody just airballing, just not even close. And these look like people who, like, somebody like myself who might have played or play on the weekend or something like that, just airballing the 4-point shot time and time again.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. There we go. Somebody hit the rim. That's a long ways, man. That's a long shot to try and shoot a regular. I'd shoot that shot like Jaden Ivey shoots a jump shot.
I'm excited to watch Paolo tonight.
Yeah, man.
Paolo and Jabari.
It's gonna be good. Is that 4 o'clock or a little later?
4 and 7 tonight. Shoot, what do I know? I don't know. I thought there was one game tonight, so I got that one. That one's 7 and 8:59. Those are the times listed on ESPN because they got those Salt Lake City
Vegas,
games.
That's right.
Yeah, they got 2 Salt Lake City games and 2 Vegas games. Men's European Championship. All right. Let's see, what's Maybach got in here for us today? I didn't even see. Oh. Live on the Odyssey app. Live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Deuce and Mo set to join us coming up just about 1 hour from now. Maybach Olivia Christian will be with us in the final hour of the show. Of course, you can watch or listen on the Odyssey app or 1320 a.m. KC.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. An old roof can cause high energy bills. See if it's time for a new one or find out if solar is the right option for you. I'm going to have ACR come out and see if solar is the right option for me, man, because
me too.
This air, this thing just stay on. Like I try to find ways around it and I can't. Like my air stay on.
There in your area too, but maybe about 3 or 4 degrees hotter than where I'm at. Especially on the west side. Yeah, I'm on the west side of Elk Grove, so we're next to American River. Nights it was cold last night. Like I needed a hoodie last night.
Okay, that's excessive. I was not in a hoodie last night. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing does not go to Kenny Lofton Jr., who we're going to talk about here in just a second. And I know everyone's talking about Kenny Lofton's performance, especially against the big fella Chet Holmgren. It's funny calling Chet the big fella when he's going against Kenny Lofton. Josh Giddey notched a triple-double last night. 14, 10, and 10. In that same game where OKC actually beat Memphis. So shout out to Josh Giddey. He gets our ACR Solar and Roofing Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night. Again, Give them a call, 916-481-7200, 916-481-7200. Twitter was talking, though. Twitter was talking about, they were talking about Kenny Lofton and Chet Holmgren last night.
I think that's how we ended the stream yesterday. Mm-hmm. I pulled up a clip of Kenny Lofton.
I gotta go watch this game.
I said, "Oh my god!" Yeah. Kenny Lofton Jr. I'm not like super familiar with, but I known him from this game that is like turned into like the Dream Team when they played the College All Stars in '92 before they went to Barcelona. This under-19 FIBA championship game that I watched when I was trying to study Chet Holmgren.
Apparently the most lit basketball game of all time.
It was. Why do I keep bringing this game up? It's crazy.
This is like that. This is like the Dream Team practice.
That's what I'm saying.
In Monte Carlo.
When they played against the college guy, Chris Webber, Bobby Hurley, all that other stuff. Yeah, I keep bringing this up, but even in that game though, because Kenny Lofton Jr. he stood out in that game because he was giving it to Wembanyama, the guy that everybody wants next year. He was muscling him. So that's the first time I really saw Kenny Lofton Jr. And I knew he was going to come with it against Chet. And boy, did he. He was going right into Chet's chest.
Kenneth Lofton Jr. Is listed at 6'6", 280. You buying that? Are you buying 6'6", 280?
Better than 280. And I don't know if he's.
Why is it always a perfectly round number? Also,
nobody weighs 277.
Never. No, it's 280. 289. You mean he's in the 280s? That's a big that's a big boy. Shout out to my light skinned brother, also born August 14th. So he a Leo. He right in there where he's supposed to be.
He can play. Where he's supposed to be. I mean, it is cancer season. Show some respect.
I'll let you have it. It's your month. It's the Kenny Caraway birthday month. Deuce Mason celebrated yesterday. It's fine. Y'all can have your month. It's cool.
Also, I'm the showstopper of cancers. I'm the main eventer.
Oh, so a shot at Deuce. Okay,
well, it's not a shot at Deuce. It just is what it is. I'm the main eventer of cancer.
That sounds weird. Like I don't like that. Doesn't sound right. You're the main event of cancer
season.
Thank you. Like there's got to be some way to.
Yeah, I'm the main eventer. I'm the showstopper. The last day of cancer season is July 22nd. The main eventer.
Oh, I got you.
Showstopper.
You're very literally the last match to go on. Yeah. I got it. By default, every year so Deuce is the curtain jerker for cancer season. Deuce is Deuce is like the Juventud Guerrero. He's the Juventud Guerrero of cancer season.
Oh no!
I don't know.
Deuce and Mrs. P, they're like the what do they call the calm down match on
the let me up match. Yeah. Oh, they're the Divas match. They're the old butterfly championship match.
Well, after it was mid card, you'd have like Randy
the big
Orton
ladder match where someone just jumped off a 47-foot ladder.
But you have to have the calm down match before you ramp back up again.
So Deuce and Miss P are like the conquistadors or something along those lines.
They're
all right.
They're Los Boricuas.
Oh man, shout out Savio Vega. Where were we? Oh, Kenny Lofton, Leo. Got it. Yeah. Hell of a performance from Kenny Lofton. I feel like Kenny Lofton fits the Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh yeah, grit and grind for sure.
Like he is made for the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good fit right there. That's a good fit. He's gonna stick out with them, or he's gonna stand out with them for sure. If he makes a team, he might be a G League guy.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
I like his game. Like he could be a G League now, and they can continue to work on his game and development. And that's somebody that you have in the stash for sure. I think he went undrafted.
I feel like he's he's. I think he's got a two-way contract. I think he already has the two-way with. Let me see if I can confirm this here real quick. I'm gonna type fast. I know. Googling. Yeah, he's on a two-way right now for the Memphis Hustle. So they already locked him in, which to me makes perfect sense. He feels like he's skilled, and he again, like if there's a team in the entire league that he fits, it's the Memphis Grizzlies
for sure.
Like because Memphis, we're gonna put a bruiser out there. Oh, okay. Oh, you want? Oh, okay. We got you.
Yeah,
we got you.
No, he can, and he can play, and he's got skills. You know what I mean? This guy, he was out there handling the rock. He was hitting pull-up threes in transition. Like he can play. He was on that USA under-19 team for a reason. Like he was one of the best players in his class coming out of high school. And I think he ended up going to like Louisiana Tech or something like that randomly.
Yep.
But he can play. He can absolutely play. Any worried? This sounds like a crazy question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. I'm a broadcast journalist. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Any concern about what he was able to do to Chet?
No.
As far as like muscling him around or anything, because that's the big thing that everybody always talks about going to the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's here's the part that here's the part that concerns me a little bit. By the way, to close out this thing on Kenny Lofton, 23 minutes, 8 of 17 shooting, 19 points. To go along with 6 rebounds and 3 assists from Kenny Lofton last night. I feel like because Chet's got swag, he's got confidence, and he's the number 2 overall pick in the draft, I feel like he is at many times throughout the year going to get the Tony Kukoc treatment. Okay. You a big deal, huh? You a big deal in this league? Okay, I'm going to show you. You thought Kenny Lofton pushed you around. No, I got you. I'll show you. I think he's going to get a lot of. I think he's going to get a lot of 4s and 5s best shot.
Yeah,
especially the first time around. Like that might fade in the second half of the season, but I feel like that first time around, there's going to be guys who are like, let me work this kid.
They're gonna try him, and this is the thing that we talked about when we would talk about Chet Holmgren and what we liked about him. I would always say people have been trying Chet Holmgren since he was probably like 11. This ain't new to him. He's used to it. He's built for it. I know it's the NBA.
No,
I know it's not the NBA,
no.
but they've been trying.
One thing for little Jimmy to test him. It's another thing for PJ Tucker.
Oh, this is true too.
Joel Embiid.
But my thought was there's no shock to it. It's like, oh man, they're going at me. Go at him. They go at him everywhere he's gone. The Under Armour camps, Team USA under 19. They're like, yo, let me see what the buzz is about this kid. I'm about to go at this cat. And he's gotten everybody's best shot, been prepared for it, and conquered it everywhere he goes. College basketball. Oh, what? These guys supposed to be number one. This little stick figure right here is supposed to be number one. I'm gonna go at him. Nope. I'm gonna block your shot. No, Chet's the real deal. He could really go.
Yeah.
The only thing for him to deal with is like physically deal with people coming at him. They won't.
Yeah,
be a mental thing.
You can meet the challenge. You can hype yourself up for a challenge against, whatever big in the league you've got to deal with. But you could still get knocked around. How you respond to that will probably tell a lot of the story of Chet Holmgren's first season.
Yeah,
because he's going to get knocked around. We've talked about this really since the draft. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going to get knocked around. How do they respond as a unit? How does Chet Holmgren respond to? Because it's a good point. But I'll tell you why it didn't bother me. What happened to Chet Holmgren yesterday didn't bother me. In just 1 second, because you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Deuce Mo coming up in about 45 minutes. We saw Keegan Murray have a big first game, 20-something and 7 or something along those lines. How'd the second game go, though? A little rocky. Wasn't a good look. Rebounded in the third game. Everybody was talking about Chet Holmgren's first game. Look at the dunk. Look at the turnaround. Look at the three. Most threes, 6 block shots, post-game interview with Josh Giddey. Oh, it was lit. All right. Got humbled a little bit yesterday by Big Boy. That's all right. How you going to respond? Keegan had a bad second game, responded very well in the California Classic Championship of the World, beating our arch rival Los Angeles Lakers.
Settling the score.
Indeed. The final battle. Chet Holmgren, he's got an opportunity to respond tonight in a game that, much like the California Classic, no one's going to be watching because they're all in Vegas now. Everybody's in Vegas gearing up for. They're not on at the same time. You can watch a full days and evenings of basketball if you want to, but everybody is in the NBA world are making their way to Vegas for tonight's games, and so he's going to have a chance to kind of redeem that with a little less eyeballs on him.
Yeah, I agree with you. Chet will be fine. I don't take too much stock into what happened last night. It was cool to see the competition, though. It was all good. Rory in the chat, he says, you guys should go watch that under 19 game with Lofton versus Wembanyama. How you say his name?
I ain't gonna do it.
Ain't gonna be me. I think.
I'm still with Sasha. I ain't gonna try to mess up people's name.
Wembanyama. I think that's how you say it. But like I said, Rory knows that was like the greatest game of the last 25 years.
The greatest game since Monte Carlo.
That's all right.
That's all right. Kenny and I got that same access to the. I can't find that game anywhere. Kenny over here watching it 47 times. I need to get caught up.
Them boys is hooping.
That's the same game Shaden's in, right?
No, Ivy's in that game.
Oh, Ivy's in that game. Okay,
you can't find no games where Shaden's in.
Deuce said there was some way we could find it.
Yeah, he didn't let us know though.
We forgot that. Yeah, completely forgot.
This game is on YouTube though. This under 19 game.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Oh, I thought it was on
I saw it before we got the plug.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we'll have to get caught up then. Everybody in the chat house, that's our homework tonight, is to watch the greatest U19 game in history. Jesse says Shaden Sharp is the first draft pick to have absolutely zero film on. Apparently that's the case. Apparently that is the case. Segueing from one big man to another, I came across some news this morning about DeAndre Ayton. And I kind of like, I feel for the dude a little bit because DeAndre seems to be like stuck in the middle of this Kevin Durant stuff. And now you're starting to hear there's starting to be some rumblings that, he might have some offer sheets coming his way from people that aren't that are either removing themselves from the Kevin Durant conversation or aren't involved in them at all, with Indiana being a name that was mentioned. And this one's really intriguing to me, especially given our conversation yesterday. Toronto being a name that was mentioned. I don't know how much validity there is to that. The whole purpose of my thought of DeAndre Ayton was, as I was reading all of this news, I was like, damn, I kind of feel bad for dude. Like I like DeAndre Ayton. He's a good ball player. Didn't get the rookie extension like everybody else got, had to play through that year. Didn't have the same type of year that he had the year before. Seemed to have had some sort of issue with his coach as the season wound down. Obviously, things wound up being super disappointing for Phoenix. They were kind of, NBA finals or bust. And now all of a sudden he's wrapped up in this Kevin Durant stuff where he's just like, I'm a good ball player trying to get paid. And now all of a sudden I'm in limbo because Kevin Durant doesn't want to play in Brooklyn anymore. I felt for him. That's tough. That's tough. Like, that has nothing to do with his play. That has nothing to do with his time in Phoenix. That has nothing to do with his worth. That just has to do with the realities of the NBA business. He now went from a commodity that teams might be searching out to an asset that Phoenix might be looking to use. Now, that could ultimately work out for him very well because he could wind up making more money should Phoenix have to go this route and sign him to an offer sheet or sign him to a contract and send him to Brooklyn. But still, this just being stuck in limbo like this, I kind of felt for him reading some of that news this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation to be in for sure, especially for a young guy like that. His introduction to the business of basketball, actually, that was probably
trademark James Ham.
Yeah, right. That was actually probably last summer when he didn't get that extension. That was probably the introduction right there. After going to the NBA Finals, didn't get the extension, but that's what it is. Hopefully this gets settled before the season starts, because if you do it that way, you're going to get your money. That's not going to be an issue. And I say before the season starts because you never know what's going to happen. Knock on wood or whatever. Maybe he gets, injured and doesn't get the same amount of money. So we don't want that. But if it happens this summer, he's going to get paid. He's going to get his money. He's going to get his opportunity to be with a franchise that wants him and that values him. And he's going to get all the opportunity in the world to excel with wherever he's at. He'll be fine.
Yeah, we can bring this full circle with our workout conversation. If there is any one basketball player that should not be training right now, it's DeAndre Ayton. Do not run a 3-cone drill until your next contract signed.
Yeah.
Don't wind up like old boy on Ballers. Don't play paintball. No. Don't do anything.
What did he tear his ACL or something like that?
He popped his Achilles playing paintball.
That's right. Yeah. That was
and they had to tell, who was it? The Cowboys, the Dallas Cowboys, that he did it while training.
He wasn't the sharpest tool in the
He
drawer.
was not. He was not.
He always doing something stupid.
Love that show. But he was, because he had old boy with him. Old boy was just steering him down the wrong direction.
Who?
His boy. I forgot his name.
He ended up being cool though.
Oh, they tried to turn him babyface at the end for sure. He was the heel the whole way through, but they tried to turn him babyface in that last
He's actually
last
done
season.
A lot, that actor. What else was he on? Something real recently. Oh my gosh, he's on Power.
That's right. Yeah, Kanan. Yeah, he's on Kanan. Yeah.
He bodies it on there too.
Yeah, he's good. He's Rock's
brother.
Well, but he's also he's kind of the dumb guy.
He is.
He's Rock's brother who keeps messing stuff up.
Yeah. He can't. He's the, rest in peace, He's probably the Sonny of that group.
Oh no, Sonny. No, he's the Fredo. He ain't the Sonny.
No, Sonny was a hothead. That's ultimately what got him killed. Because they knew.
Yeah, but he wasn't dumb. I feel like, oh boy,
I don't think this guy's dumb either. But he's a hothead.
He makes dumb decisions.
He doesn't. Sonny, that's how he got killed. They knew he would be the hothead who would run down there and set himself up.
Rest in peace, James Caan.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people will remember him for a variety of roles. I think there's a whole generation that will always remember him from Elf. And was James Caan
in the program? Wasn't he in the program?
Was he?
I feel like he was. I feel like he was the coach.
I was trying to remember if James Caan was
I could be wrong. I thought he was in the program though.
Wow. I don't remember. I mean, I'll pull up the filmography. I remember Brian's song. Remember that. He gets credit for that one scene. But what I was going to say, I think a whole generation is going to remember him from Elf. I
don't remember him from Elf. I don't even
really.
I don't think I've seen Elf all the way through. And that's not even a knock to say like it's bad or I wouldn't watch it. I just haven't seen it.
Jesse says he was in fact in the program, Coach Sam Winters.
Wow.
But I feel like people will remember him from Elf. I'm thinking, okay, I guess he's not in. Yeah, he's not in that movie that I was thinking. So I'm glad I didn't say it out loud and look even dumber than as I was Googling.
Poetic Justice. You thought he was in Poetic Justice?
I absolutely thought no such thing. But I tweeted this earlier, like Michael Corleone's character doesn't develop without Sonny. Like you have to understand James Caan's portrayal of Sonny to fully understand the Michael Corleone character and to understand why Michael Corleone was the way that he was and why he led the way that he led. And his character, Al Pacino, Michael Corleone, that character stands out so much more because of James Caan's portrayal of Sonny.
Yeah.
And it not only, James Caan gets, spoiler alert for those who haven't seen it, he gets the hit halfway through the very first Godfather, but that character shapes the entire trilogy,
right? Because
it shapes who Michael Corleone is, and it's brought back in the third and final installment. It's just so important to that trilogy, man. It was brilliantly done.
Maybe I'm looking too much into this as well, but wouldn't you say that, like, how do I put this? We're talking about sports, right? Sonny had all the physical attributes, the whole idea of being the next boss. Like he loved the game, he had the machismo or whatever, but because he didn't have the demeanor, he couldn't be next. Michael had the demeanor to be the boss.
Yeah.
Sonny was too emotional. He was a hothead. Like he would eventually lead you into wars or lead everybody into dying because he moved off emotion and not thinking about everything involved. And that was why Michael Corleone could be the leader, because Sonny didn't. He was too emotional to be a leader.
I'm trying to find the basketball equivalent to Sonny, or the athlete equivalent to Sonny, because I think I found one for Michael Corleone, and I think it's I think everybody would. Kobe. I feel like Kobe is the athlete equivalent to Michael Corleone. I can't figure out who Sonny is. The temperament immediately makes me want to say Kevin Garnett. But Kevin Garnett lasted so long. I don't know that fits.
Do you know who it might be? The first thing I just thought about. Shout out to Kels 916. That's what I was gonna say, but that's a good one. Boogie. That's a good one. I was gonna say Allen Iverson.
Okay.
Allen Iverson had the physical tools, but he didn't have the, I guess, discipline is what I was looking for earlier. The discipline to be the leader. Westbrook. Jordan Meek says Westbrook. That's a good one. That's a good one.
No, it isn't.
It's a good one.
Russell Westbrook is not Sonny. No.
It's a good one.
No, it's not. I will not accept that. It is not a good one. But I will.
It's a good one, though.
I did think of Derrick Rose. His game is so explosive and violent. It wasn't going to last.
Yeah, there's that.
That's
I see, and I think when I think of Sonny, I think about the hothead aspect of him.
well, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about like I'm thinking about like in terms of his game is violent, right? That's part of what Sonny was. Sonny was violent.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Rose's game was violent, and it ended early.
Yeah,
just like Sonny did.
I gotta watch.
His ACL caught him at the the toll booth.
I gotta watch Godfather again. I've seen that maybe
Phenomenal.
twice.
It's phenomenal
In its entirety. And it's been a long time since I've seen it again.
There's
My grandmother used to, she would love watching The Godfather. She probably seen it 40, 50 times.
Me and your grandma would have gotten along great. You've seen all three of them, right?
The third one,
Okay.
I don't remember.
You've seen the first two.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen them and you're familiar with them. There's a version called I think it's called the Godfather Trilogy, which I know is confusing because it sounds like you're lumping the three films. But what they do is they cut the throwback scenes from 2 and they put them first. So the whole movie airs in chronological order without the throwback scenes. If you've seen 1 and 2 as they're supposed to be seen, you've got to watch that version because it's dope.
Yeah,
it's dope.
Dope.
We'll step out. We'll come back. Deuce and Mo are set to join us. Sasha not going to Las Vegas? We'll dive into that. We'll return here. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. I think that's the latest we've ever gone to a break. Sorry.
Is this pardon me if I have this wrong.
I've read the books, man, and I can't stress enough how much the Godfather book adds to the experience of the movie. It gives so much more insight into Fredo, and it gives so much more insight into why Michael is the way that he is and the absolute contempt he has for his father. It's phenomenal.
I'm trying to make sure I have this right before I said it. You guys can correct me. Did the Raiders just make their president a black woman? Is she black? I think she is.
Sandra.
I can't get a good picture of her.
She might be black-ish.
Yeah. That's why I'm having,
Sandra Douglass Morgan.
So I'm having trouble confirming, I guess.
She's okay. Help your boy out. She's black, because she's got another vibe to her.
I feel like
Sandra,
she might be black and Asian.
That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
Okay. This picture looks she looks black and Asian.
But as
Barry
said, her mother once told her, she said, "You're gonna be looked at as a black woman."
That's accurate.
So just know that's how you're gonna be viewed. Yeah, she's black.
Yeah.
That's dope. That is really cool. She's the first black female team president in the history of the NFL. Raiders
deserve some applause for this. The
They've been
entire
consistent with that since I've been born. Because that's what they do.
Jordan, I'll give you one opportunity to correct that, or I'll throw your bitch ass out of here forever. So you got one chance to fix that, or you're gone. One chance, bro.
Bro, what? Come on, man.
Fix it.
Nah, bro, that's not fixing it, bro. I'll tell you that right now. That's not fixing it.
Yeah, okay. We got to give the Raiders some love for this.
Absolutely. You see Dr. David's picture on Twitter. Dr. David's a fool.
That's awesome. Dr. David is funny, man. Notice we don't see Jesse. Jesse probably at the party somewhere.
Yeah, Jesse in there.
Jesse's stepping out for a second. That's funny.
For a second.
Oh man, that is funny.
Man, my goal is I want to be able to play some type of competitive basketball when I'm the age of Mahmoud Abdurraouf. This is, I have to be in shape to be able to do that.
Wait, you want to do what?
I want to, when I'm the age of Mahmoud Abdurraouf, I want to play.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
This guy's playing against.
Is he still playing for the Big Three?
Yeah,
he hit the game winner at the last game at the one I was at.
Yeah. He's in this game I'm watching right now.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope.
Coutinho Mobley, he's not in this game, but he plays in the league too. Cat, if I'm turning 39.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, live on Twitter at ESPN 1320. Deuce Mo coming up in 20 minutes. It's Steelo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. The Las Vegas Raiders have hired Sandra Douglass Morgan as their new president, the first Black woman to assume a president role in the National Football League. The Raiders are the same organization that hired Art Shell as the first Black head coach of the modern NFL era, and Amy Trask, who I adore, as the first female CEO in league history.
The Raiders are consistent with this throughout. I guess you could say their history. All I know is them from when I've been born, and since I've been born, they are consistent with being intentional with these type of hires, man. So big ups to the Raiders organization for doing it again. That is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Good for them. And good for them and their consistency in this process, as you said right there. And this all, I mean, it's always a good time to have Amy Trask on the show. But that's probably an email we should send here in the coming days and get Amy Trask to come hang out with us. But yeah. Raiders making historic moves again, man.
Yeah, man. Big up to the Raiders, man, for sure. Big up, man. Like I said, they're always consistent and intentional with these type of moves, man. And that's something that I commend them on endlessly.
Yeah, it
does it again, just like his dad.
Good kid. Mad City points this out too. The San Jose Sharks hired did I say good kid Mad City? Yeah. It's just this is legit my favorite handle, like anywhere. Good kid Dad City on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 reminds us that the Sharks also hired the first Black general manager in NHL history. Oh man, that's something.
Yeah,
that's something.
That's big time.
This is the same organization that had the Sharks breaking the chains on Juneteenth. So, hey, they got it right.
Oh man,
give them that. They got it right, man.
Who was it? Gino points out. I forgot about this. Raiders also hired the first Hispanic coach in Tom Flores.
Okay,
so
Tom Flores.
Wow.
Oh. He was before Ron Rivera. I guess he was.
Yeah, Tom Flores was.
Yeah, he's around for a minute.
Was Tom Flores Super Bowl winning coach for them? I feel like he was.
A Super Bowl winner?
Yeah.
You know, I don't challenge. Wrong. I don't challenge your memory, but
I thought he won the last Super Bowl that they won.
Tom Flores is as a head coach. Yep. He did. He's won 2 as a head coach.
He won the one. He won the one in 81 and 83. I think they won
84. Yeah.
Yeah.
Played in January of 84. So the 83-84 season, they beat the crap out of Washington.
Tragic.
Tom Flores.
So
didn't they bring
Raiders
him
were-
back? What year did he come back? Oh, he didn't. Okay, he didn't. He came back in a different position. He didn't come back as the coach. He finished up with Seattle. That was the last time he was around.
Am I being too greedy to ask what happened to that workout? Just, that hurt. It went well.
That's not what Warren Sapp said. Warren Sapp said it was a disaster.
He did say that. Yeah. Warren Sapp was the first athlete interaction I ever had on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a follow up. I need a follow up.
So in my profile, I had some glasses on, some sunglasses or whatever, and Warren Sapp said something to the effect, he said something to the effect of he was like, yeah, I love going to I love going to some steakhouse. They always love eating grade A meat. So I said, pause. I said, pause, bro. So then he goes,
Childish.
he responded back to me and he's like, yeah, pause those frog-eyed glasses you got on. I was like, you guys respond to us? I didn't know.
Wait, when was this? What year was this?
Oh, well, this was years, like one of the first times I got on Twitter.
Oh, that's funny.
And I was like, wait, y'all read this stuff? Y'all respond?
Yeah, Warren Sapp can't afford steak dinners at this point. That's like when I saw that clip of him talking about Cap, I legit felt bad for him. I was like, my man looks like he's hanging by a string right now. He's pissed away every job he's ever had. He's alienated himself from everybody. Like, I get it. A good way to get yourself noticed is to trash Cap. You'll get some people on your side by trashing Cap. So go ahead, do that. Do what you got to do, and you see exactly how many people took him seriously. Right. So the one thing where you ask about the pause your bathroom avatar with them frog eye glasses on.
Oh, they found it.
Jesse found it. November 24th, 2010. Kenny Caraway's interaction with Warren Sapp. Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
Kenny been causing
crazy place, bro.
Kenny been causing I guarantee you old boy is not eating in them steakhouses anymore. Here's the one thing I'll say about the
I'm inside. His tweet was, I'm inside Classic Meats and NYC.
You're so child. Will you grow up? Will you please grow up? I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, you asked about Cap, the workout. The one thing I'll say about Cap is they didn't sign another quarterback. So,
and that was the thing from the start, though. Like, right? Like, you're bringing in Cap. I think they already had 3 quarterbacks on the roster.
Yeah, we ran down the list of them. Yeah, I'm not sure.
So you can look at that either way you want to. Like, if you already had 3 quarterbacks, what you doing bringing them in for a tryout?
It could be, we're gonna. I don't know. I don't know. It would all be speculation if we tried to figure out why the Raiders did that. I do want to believe that it was legit.
I want to believe that too.
I want to believe that it was legit.
And I don't feel the other way. I feel like it was legit. And I just kind of leave it at that. It didn't happen, or whatever the case may be. I leave it at that. But they did this though. You know what I mean? They hired the first Black woman as a team president in NFL, man, and Sandra Douglass Morgan. So big ups to them for that, and congratulations to her as well. Indeed.
Yes, indeed. Somebody let her know we're for the culture, and let's get her on the show.
Absolutely. Let's talk. This show is going to be very basketball centric for the rest of it with the people that we have
Okay,
on. And
go
what's
ahead.
going on.
Go ahead.
Can I just
No,
talk
it's
about two
fine.
things?
Go ahead. I was
Can I
going to
just talk
mention
about two
Sasha.
things?
No, we'll put Sasha off. Tell Deuce Mo. No. Go ahead. I know you've been waiting. I can't believe you made it 90 minutes. I'm going to be honest.
In the chat.
I can't
Jason,
believe you made it
if you're
90
here,
minutes.
Just respond in the chat to let me know if you're still, because you need to talk. 916-349-1320 if you need to get in on the line. We need to talk here. So before I get there, I do want to go to San Francisco and talk about the 10th inning and talk about what I talked about yesterday with the San Francisco Giants and how the season is on the brink. And it's still on the brink. Don't get it twisted. But I said, hey, Redfin accounts may need to be shared with some of these people in the front office. Redfin account, well, they don't need to be shared with Gabe Kapler. Gabe is good right now. I don't have no problem with Gabe. But some of these guys on the roster, you're not getting the job done. We may have to look for other options. And yesterday, after that, they go down 4-0 to the Arizona Diamondbacks with bad defense, untimely hitting, and all this other stuff. And they battle back to have, hey, you guys need to listen to me when I say these things, a defining win for this season. We could look back on this whole thing and say what happened on July 6th when they came back to beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 7-5. That could have been a season-defining, a season-turning victory last night from the San Francisco Giants. And I just have to believe I played a role in that.
I believe you did. I believe you motivated them.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Just like when you walk into the Odyssey buildings, round of applause. Very good, my friend. Very, very, very good.
Darren Ruff, he was one of those guys that may need a Redfin password. He was one of those guys. He was underperforming. Big time 2-run home run in the 8th inning. Austin Slater, one of those guys as well. Big time game-winning hit in the 9th inning. I'm just saying. They like San Francisco. They want to be there. They know they need to perform if they want to stay there. And it was the line in the sand had been drawn yesterday when I said I've had enough of this. So that's just that. A season-defining victory, possibly, for the Giants yesterday. But you know what?
No, I know. I wasn't going to say anything. That's not what you wanted to talk about. So
I just want to know. And this conversation is really, what would you guys say? A month and a half in the making. We planned to talk about this about a month and a half ago. And then things happened and it just wasn't relevant. But it came back up out of nowhere. And I'll tell you where it came from. Mm-hmm. So yesterday, it was, thank you. You're right, Rob W. I got a Barry Horowitz, that situation. Thank you. Yesterday, it was announced on Twitter, and there was this whole, presentation and video of Trent Williams, left tackle for the San Francisco 49ers. The people from EA Sports or Madden or whatever came to his home and gave him this gift box and this whole ceremony because he became the first ever offensive lineman to get a 99 rating in the history of the Madden franchise. They gave him like a chain and all this other stuff, right? Like, yo, this is historic. Nobody's ever done this. And that comes off the heels of, I forgot exactly what it was, but during the season, we saw something where PFF said Trent Williams was like the highest rated player in the game currently and like one of the highest rated players ever. So I just asked the question. I'm not even saying I believe it. I just asked the question on Twitter, and I asked it before. I said, is he the best player in football? Because everybody always likes to tell me, the whole premise is everybody always likes to say Aaron Donald is the best player in football. And I say, absolutely not. Like if we're including quarterbacks, no, he's not. He's great. He's phenomenal. Now he's a Super Bowl champion. He is phenomenal. But
he parties with Luke Belair, and that's what matters the most.
Absolutely. He knows how to party. He knows how to get down, unlike those Golden State Warriors.
And they don't know what they're doing. They're up there drinking that cheap stuff.
Yeah, that's a bad job by them. To celebrate, the parade would have been 10 times better if they had the right stuff.
What I heard.
That's neither here nor there. But Aaron Donald's great, but if we're including quarterbacks, no, he's not the best player in football. But people all the time say he's the best player in football, whatever the case may be. I said, well, is there an argument for Trent Williams to be the best player in football? And Jay Stahl and Jason Jones, oh, here he is. He's just being biased because it's a 49er player. No, I'm not. Because I don't think Trent Williams is the best player in football. I don't think Aaron Donald's the best player in football. I don't have anybody, a lineman, being the best player in football. It's not what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the question that I asked to Jesse and to Damian a month and a half ago when it looked like Aaron Donald was going to retire, and I'll ask to everybody else right now.
When it looked like Aaron Donald was going to retire.
It looked like right now, I was like, well, Aaron Donald, people say he's the best player in football. Can you be the best player in football if you leave and your team doesn't seem to suffer that much? And the way people look at your team. So basically, like if Aaron Donald were to retire today, would anybody say the Rams aren't the favorites to win the NFC West?
I don't think so.
So what other sport, what other situation where the best player leaves your team and it doesn't really affect your team at all?
I don't know.
Then I asked the question today.
Baseball, maybe. I don't know.
Baseball could be.
If
Mike
the
Trout
pitcher went out, or
well, Mike Trout is the example, right? And even Ohtani right now, because we have Ohtani with the belt.
Yeah, but Ohtani does both.
Yeah, but they ain't no good. Like if he loved.
Okay. But I'm sorry. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it differently. Like if
they were good.
If the best player on your team is a pitcher, could you still be a great team losing a guy who plays once every 5 days?
Right.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, no, for sure. So I asked the question today, and I'll ask you guys this question. I'll ask Jesse, I'll ask the chat this question. If Trent Williams and Aaron Donald both today said, you know what, I'm done with football, I'm retiring. I don't want to say injury because I ain't even gonna say it. Let's just say they both said, we're done with football, we'll retire. Who does that hurt more, the 49ers or the Rams?
My gut reaction says the 49ers because of what Trent Williams' job is. His job is to protect his quarterback. Aaron Donald's job is
he's more irreplaceable than Aaron Donald. And that's not a knock on Aaron Donald, the player. Like there's nobody that can do what Aaron Donald does. But I think you can find somebody that can give you 80% of what you need from that position. Not Aaron Donald, but from that position.
I don't think that statement's fair because here's what we don't know. Like here's the factor that we can't figure out is how much of offensive line focus goes to Aaron Donald and how much of that changes when Aaron Donald is gone. You know what I mean? Like, does that defense become worthless when you don't have to game plan for Aaron Donald anymore? Or like, and that's an extreme, but what does that defense become? With Trent Williams, you talking about this all, the whole conversation sparked because of the 99 rating on Madden. A 99 rating on the offensive line, the closer you are to the quarterback, the more valuable you are to your team. There are a few people on a football field closer to his quarterback than Trent Williams. Oh, by the way, also a first-year starter. It's hard for me to see him being able to be replaced. It's hard for me to see the 49ers, I don't want to say surviving, but I think they'd be in a pretty bad spot should Trent Williams retire or be hurt or whatever.
I tell you, there's so much cap on this app. I swear, everybody's saying the Rams. So you guys mean to tell me
the Rams would be in a worse position? I don't understand like why that is.
Yeah, you guys mean to tell me if Aaron Donald left today, the Rams would fall deeper and off the cliff as opposed to if Trent Williams left the 49ers?
Well,
I think they're comparable.
sure.
I think they're closer. They're Jesse. Tell me what you think. I think they're a closer match than that. I don't think the Rams are head and shoulders better than the 49ers talent wise and roster wise.
Yeah, I think so too.
A level.
I think the Rams are more talented. That's not like, this doesn't mean the 49ers are bad. It's just, I mean, plus you got a completely unproven quarterback starting.
That's true.
Like you're doing a lot of guesswork with the Rams. You just have to look at film, like from the last day of the season. Like, you know what you've got with the Rams. With the 49ers, you know you've got talent there in Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and all seems to be well now with Debo and the San Francisco 49ers. You know what you've got in George Kittle and Trent Williams, and you have no clue what you have. I mean, you think you know what you have in Trey, but you don't.
I hear you.
Got to be quicker. Come on now. You got it.
You think
now.
you know,
There it is.
but you don't know, and you never will.
That would broadcast on the radio in 1939.
This isn't really even a knock on Aaron Donald, because like I said, if I told him on Twitter, I said if I had to choose, I'd say Aaron Donald. But I'm just, when you talk about Trent Williams and how good he is and all the accolades he get as far as being this highest rated guy and all this other stuff, the fact that people would just kind of sneeze at the fact, if you're going to say Aaron Donald is the best player in football, see, I can sneeze on it because I don't think Aaron Donald's the best player in football. But if you're going to say that, you can't sneeze at the fact of somebody saying Trent Williams is the best player in football. If you believe Aaron Donald at that position is the best player in football, you have to take into account Trent Williams possibly being the best player in football.
I don't disagree with that at all.
I think a quarterback is the best player in football. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of him, but Aaron Rodgers is probably the best player in football right now, or Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I always laugh when we do the, Jerry Rice is the greatest football player that's ever lived, or the Lawrence Taylor is the greatest football player that's ever lived. Like, yeah, that's cool. With Jerry, in hindsight, you certainly see all of the records and all of the. Y'all were talking about Joe Montana. I think people started appreciating Jerry a lot more when he left Joe Montana and Steve Young, and I think he went to the Raiders and like, yo, he's still doing it. How is Jerry still doing this?
Right.
I think his appreciation levels went way up in that sense. I also wonder if there's a certain, and this pertains to Aaron Donald and Aaron Donald only, if there's a certain freak of nature thing that goes along with him, where you see his size, his quickness, when you see what he's actually able to do as a football player on a football field, but then you see him with his shirt off on Instagram and go like, yo, we're not even of the same species.
Right.
Like, how are you 300 pounds?
Same. He is a Martian.
How are you 300 pounds and built like that? And I was watching Kenny Lofton last night, who's 280 and built like that. Like, how are we all from like this? How are we all human beings, but we all seem to be built like totally different species? Aaron Donald does not look like a normal human being. And I think that's one of the things with quarterbacks where you talk about Aaron Rodgers. These guys might be tall. These guys might be, like Derek Carr looks like a dude you run into at Rayleigh's. Right. This is a damn good quarterback, but he looks like my neighbor.
Right.
Aaron Donald does not look like my neighbor. And I think there's an aspect that goes to when people marvel over Aaron Donald, they're taking that into account as well. He's a phenomenal football player, and he looks like a villain out of one of Chiron's comic books.
He's like LeBron.
Right. He does not look like anyone else in the league.
He's like LeBron. Aaron Donald is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
He's unbelievable.
But to your point, so is Trent Williams. Trent Williams is like phenomenal at his job. That's why that's why what happened with Washington was such a catastrophe. Like, that's why what that whole entire situation was so awful because the game was losing one of its best players.
Yeah.
Trent Williams, he has a lot of the same claims that Aaron Donald does in my opinion.
And be swagged out.
Oh man. 10 times out of 10. Yeah, he's a bad dude. No one swags out though. Did we settle on David? We're calling him David Mason, the David and Mo podcast.
That's what I want to call him.
David Mason. Morgan Reagan, the David and Mo podcast. They join us next here on Dealing with Casey. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. I'm going to get up real quick because I think they're going to go long. I'll be right back.
Quentin Nelson is a hell of a football player. If somebody wants to say he's the best offensive lineman in the game, I can completely understand it. But make no bones about it, Ramsey. You just a hater. Even if you believe Trent Williams is the best offensive lineman in the game, you would never say it. So that's why I take what you got to say with a grain of salt. Same with you, Dr. David. See, this is where it all comes from. Can't everybody just get upset because I guess it's preposterous for a 49er player to be good. I guess that's the case. Whenever somebody talking about a 49er playing being good, it's got to be cap. It's got to be, oh, you're just being a homer. I'm sorry. I guess that's the case. And that's why I say don't talk about the Niners. Don't talk about the Niners because we got nothing but scrub players over here, according to you guys. We're a scrub team. Ramsey continued to say that we're going to be scrubs. All right, it's cool. All right, we don't need the accolades. We don't need nobody believing that they're any good. We just gonna try and win. That's all we're gonna do. We just gonna try and win. It's okay. I'm getting it from Jesse too. We just gonna try and win. That's all. We just gonna try and win. Wait, what happened? Oh, that's where his funeral was. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, why?
That's terrible.
No, man. Come on, man.
That is terrible.
Can't be doing that. Leezy, I am going to Vegas for my birthday, but it's not for my birthday. I got a basketball tournament out there. But technically I will be. We're in negotiations right now. We'll see what happens of possibly going to see Usher. That'd be nice.
I love that. You're in negotiations.
Yeah, we're trying to see what the price of those tickets are. Could get crazy.
Yeah, it might.
If it's anything like Bruno Mars, it could be crazy.
I do it though. Splurge, yo. I can't front. I splurged a little bit on the NY trip.
Oh,
yeah. Go see those shows we're going to see. Dude, David.
Hey.
David and Morgan. What's up, Rod?
Hey. Ooh.
My main man, David.
They're doing this because Clown Show was, we heard that the other day, remember? He was trying to explain the origins of my name,
Clown Show. Yeah.
Like we're boys or something. Yeah.
It's
like he knows the story. But
why are you so obsessed with me?
He stopped just short of going, yeah, my good friend Deuce Mason. He what are we doing? What is this?
Let's not pretend, okay? Thanks.
Hey, well, I'll call you Deuce for the sake of for branding purposes. So it looks like you're staying with the low cut.
Yeah, I noticed that this morning.
Yeah.
It looks good.
I think I am for a little bit. We'll
it
see.
Looks good. I like it.
Kind of mix it up. Might grow it a little bit on top. Yeah.
It'll grow back for you. Like if I go that low, it's gone.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
What?
No, I don't buy that.
Oh, fam. There's some things happening here that you might not be aware of, buddy. But I assure you, if I go with the Deuce, it's never coming back.
Well, I think you look great.
Oh.
Deuce got a little. What was my man's name? Bo what?
Bo Cruz.
Yeah, you got a little Bo Cruz going on there. I see
No.
Coming back.
Hey.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on the Twitter account as well at ESPN1320. We welcome in Morgan Reagan and Bo Cruz, apparently.
Deuce looking smooth out here.
I wish I looked that good.
That boy looking smooth, boy. I see him.
I did notice that this morning. Deuce Mo, the Deuce Mo podcast and NBC Sports California with us. I did notice this morning, like, oh, Deuce kept the shortcut. He's rocking it. I like it.
Yeah.
I may do it for a bit. It's time to change up the look a little bit.
Let's be real. He actually said to me, "Hey, I don't look like just a plain nerdy white dude right now." That's why. So he's starting to actually like the buzz a little. Is why
he got a little edge to him. Neck tat coming next.
like Cody Rhodes. Just the
lean into the bit, buddy. Get that red, white, and blue tattooed right here.
Arf.
Also, hey, happy 26th anniversary to the debut of the NWO today.
In NWO.
Yeah,
New World Order.
Dude.
What is he doing? God! Is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on here?
That's so great.
Every time.
Dude, Bryce tagged me in that today, and when it said 26 years, I was just like, how, man? That does not seem like 26 years ago.
That's crazy. Did you guys see it live? I didn't see it live.
No. I had it on, like, my grandma used to have some guy at her work who would record all the pay-per-views off a black box and sell them for $5. But so I watched it later, but I watched that so many times on VHS.
Yeah.
Whose side is he on?
I should have known, like, what our neighbor recorded it and gave it to my mom and said, "Here, Damien." I should have known something was up when my mom comes in and goes, "Have you watched it yet?" "No, I'm watching it right now." And she starts laughing and leaves. I'm like, "Oh, what the hell was that?" And then she heard me react to it when it happened, and she came in and she watched the heel turn with me.
Just amazing.
That was some good stuff.
16? That was 15 when that happened.
Damn.
1996. My God, man.
Good memory, everyone. I have zero memory of it because I wasn't growing up watching. Well, I had wrestling around, but I was never invested like you guys. I feel like it didn't really pull in the women or young girl audience back then at all.
Especially in that 97, 98 era. No, that was geared towards. Well, to be honest, it was geared towards 17-year-old D'Lo. That's who it was geared towards.
That's facts.
That
Jackson every Monday night in pay-per-view. I was with it.
Sable and Sonny. That
the
was
handprints. Remember the handprints?
I was at that show. That was in Fresno. I was at that pay-per-view. Wow. I was at that pay-per-view in Fresno when the famous hand-painted bikini was revealed.
Bro, they have these things on USA. That's wild.
Wild. This is what you tune in for, folks.
Yep.
This is it right here. Two of the best minds in all of the King's world, and we're talking about the Attitude Era in professional wrestling. Takeaways from the California Classic?
Keegan was fun, man. I mean, we got to see kind of the full glimpse of what he's capable of. I know that second game wasn't great, but I mean, the shot, some of the plays he was making defensively, taking it, strong to the basket with either hand. I like what I saw.
I told Deuce this morning, I was like, he just stood out as a solid player. When you can tell when some guys out there, they're just like getting theirs, doing whatever. Some are getting highlights, like they have that young athleticism, and then others are just like a solid, mature player. And that's what Keegan looked like to me on so many different plays.
Yeah, you guys talked about it on your show. I talked about it with a couple other people. I'm not trying to say, you guys got to hear me out when I say this. I'm not saying he's going to be Hall of Famer. I'm not going to say he's going to be a 5-time NBA champion. I'm not going to say he's going to be a top 15 player to ever play the game. But his demeanor and the way that he just gets his, it was very Tim Duncan-esque. Very Tim Duncan-esque.
Going with the Slim Duncan name. Okay.
I saw it too. And like I said, maybe he just has that demeanor and he's a good player. I'd be fine with that. I'm not saying anything more, but the fact that at that position, at the power forward position, it wasn't anything demonstrative or, he wasn't grabbing rebounds and like Carmelo being like, get that out of there. It wasn't nothing like that. It was just, I got a rebound. I'm going. Oh, I got a bucket. Oh, you want me to come off this pin down? Got it. Catch, shoot, jog back. It's very Tim Duncan-esque.
Moving well without the ball. I mean, there's a lot to like. I like you watch him, and to me, I don't think it's outrageous to say he's going to have an impact day one. Like, I don't think he's going to look lost when he gets to the NBA level. It's
funny. I didn't feel confident in saying that just from watching him in college. And again, to everyone out there, it's not like I was watching every single one of Keegan Murray's games. It was like 2 months before I'm watching Synergy and then some full games, right? Mm-hmm. Like I'm getting what I can from his game. But it goes to show too, when he was playing in college, like the difference of what his role was and what his role can be with some different NBA players around him. And that's what I'm excited for, because I feel like he has just so many things to still show off when playing with some better players.
I agree.
And that's the thing too, though, when managing kind of our expectations from summer league to the regular season, Mo, because you were just talking about him playing around like NBA players. Well, we'll see him in Las Vegas for sure. But then the next time we see him, he's going to be playing around real NBA players. Yeah. And, one question that we asked coming out of these 3 games, and it'll certainly be fun to watch him in Las Vegas as well, is what type of approach does he take when it's not, Frankie Ferrari and Alex O'Connell on the floor, but it's De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and perhaps Harrison Barnes as well.
Yeah, I just think about the way that there should be no Frankie Ferrari slander on this show.
Oh no, we are big fans of Frankie Ferrari.
I like Frankie.
Casey loves it.
Okay,
the chat had a little Frankie Happy, Frankie Pinto, Frankie Fiat.
Here's my thing, guys. Here's my thing. So I think it's funny when we're watching Frankie Ferrari and he's like, he likes to pass. And I'm like, yeah, he likes to pass, but half of his passes are, going here out of bounds, not to someone's chest, all these things. And all I'm thinking about is the players with the Davion and De'Aaron, and then specifically Sabonis, and the way that Sabonis can pass and make some elite passes to someone like Keegan Murray. Think about when you're shooting and you come into a shot and it's all perfectly right into your chest and you just go into one motion. Like, he's going to have so many more of those moments when he's playing with those guys.
Yeah, I agree. What do
you
guys?
It's going to be nice, man. I have like zero doubt about the offense.
I agree with you 100%, but I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that I did see that gave me a little clarity was, I think all this talk about Keegan at the 3, settle down. Yeah. I didn't like what I saw as far, and that's today, right? Like, he's got plenty of time to work on his game, not only before the season starts, but 2 years down the road, maybe the handle gets right there. You know what I'm saying? Players develop, no doubt about that. But today, I don't see the skill set to stick him at the 3 in a big time setting. Like, I don't like the footwork on the defensive end. I think James talked about it yesterday, but the hips weren't lying. Shakira, you know what I mean? I don't like.
James is not talking about his hips.
James said the hips don't lie.
James loves hips.
Talking about his hips. When I want to hear about hip mobility, I go to James Ham.
That's facts. James loves hips. It's true.
Hips don't lie. I think we could put all that to rest. I don't want to see him with the 3 just yet.
I mean, yeah, to me, he's 4, and I actually think he could play some small ball 5. More so than 3 than anything.
Well, I thought what was most interesting was when they were putting Nimi Keita and Keegan Murray both in there, and there was times they were doing that high-low action where Nimi would be at the high post and just making a beautiful fundamental bounce pass into Keegan, who could decide, like, am I going to drop step here? Am I going to turn around, do a baseline jumper? And you could tell, like, just smart movement or smart play was being done. But now instead of Neemias Queta, you put Sabonis there, and you wonder, like, what else can happen? The attention that Sabonis takes from so many defenses. And then you have De'Aaron Fox. Is he going to be moving without the ball? Like, I just have so much more confidence in guys moving without the basketball. And it's just going to elevate a rookie's game like Keegan Murray's.
I want to talk more about that. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 98.5 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Deuce Mo, the Deuce Mo podcast and NBC Sports California with us. We'll get to the additions of Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter and some things to look forward to in this season as the conversation rolls along here. But Morgan, you brought up Neemias Queta there, and I want to stick with him just for a minute because in the California Classic Championship of the World, where we avenged our loss in the Western Conference Finals a couple of days ago.
Big time.
Queta was really struggling there in the first half. Like, he had more fouls than points plus rebounds. And he was a player that we were watching, and he got kind of going there in the final stretch. And I don't think there's anyone more qualified to talk about Neemias Queta than you two covering him daily in Stockton. Where are we with Neemias Queta? Like, do we still have that vibe that he's an NBA center? He's a piece of clay that needs to be molded a little bit still.
He needs a lot of molding, and there's times where you see those flashes and it's exciting. Like Deuce and I have talked about, he could be like ready. He could, that modern day big, like he has the ability to do it, but then you see all these different flaws and you're like, how can they fix those flaws? Well, we saw him in his in-season adjustments last season, and it was impressive. Now, what type of developmental growth can he have with this new coaching staff that has the reputation of developing guys? And I want to see him with this crew, see what he can do with the way that he can develop in this season. But yes, there's still a lot of rawness to his game, the way that he fouls. Like, he just doesn't have control of his legs at times.
No, I think he fouls too much. You see the glimpses, and I think one area that I like that I've seen from him is just giving him the ball, because I think he can pass it. I don't feel like many people realize that he's a good passer, and to utilize that strength is good. I think he showed some nice things defensively at times. Him and Keegan, I mean, a couple of times in that final game, had like blocks together.
Yeah.
But we talk about all the time. It's like defend without fouling. I mean, you see it with Sabonis has like kind of the same thing. Like, Sabonis is in foul trouble so much. And, if Queta is going to be able to stay on the floor, he's got to control the body much better, in my opinion.
The two things that I wanted to see from Queta in the summer league, and he played fine. I don't think he played bad at all or anything like that. He was fine. But there was two things that kind of frustrated me that I wanted to see in this particular setting. And you guys can tell me maybe if you saw more of this in Stockton. But number one, I wanted to see him dominate the boards more than what he did. I wanted him to rebound. In that particular case, you're the biggest guy out there on the floor. Every rebound should be yours. He picked it up in that final game, but a lot of that game, he had like 1 or 2 rebounds until like the fourth quarter. So I want to see him rebound more. And then this may just be a strange quirk of mine, all right? But a la Bill Walton, as he would say, I want to see you throw it down, big man. Like, throw it down. He get in there and he a little jelly, a little finger roll, a little drop it in the bucket. Like Damian said, like it was 1968 and the rules were you can't dunk. Hey, throw the ball down, Queta. Let me see you
on that,
down, big dog. Those are the two things that I wanted to see a little bit more from him.
It's like what Zion said yesterday. He was asked about like, hey, like some reporter was going on and on about like, do you think like maybe you should do more layups because dunks and layups count as 2? Should you just go layups to conserve your body? And he's like, are you kidding me? No, I'm trying to dunk it on somebody's head. Right. I love that mentality.
Yes.
So I'd like to see more of that. I think he'd be more of a lob threat too. It's just the lobs have not been.
Well, Frankie tried.
No disrespect to Frankia, but like they just haven't. They haven't been there.
What? No,
What?
that's not okay.
Okay, we're having fun. It's just joking around.
No, you guys,
Hey, to be fair, them new Kias are really,
Bro,
really
those
nice.
are fire.
Them new Kias are hot.
you guys working for the NBA? What's going on over there?
Just saying, them new Kias are hot.
All right. Well,
Brought to you by Kia here on.
I saw a couple of those. I was like, look, oh my gosh, that's a Kia.
I can't lie. I thought the same thing. I was like, yo, this is hot.
Should I say Frank Saturn? Should we go that far? I mean, it's not Ferrari. Like I used to have a Saturn. I could say
Someone had a Frank Ford Focus.
oh my God.
Somebody in here,
wrong with the Ford
somebody in here, and this is wrong. I don't condone this at all. I'm surprised I'm even repeating this in the chat. Chat should be embarrassed. Somebody said Frankie Bus Pass.
Oh
damn.
my God.
Come on, man.
I can't be here for this. But seriously, yes, think about him getting some other lobs, right? Some lobs that are actually on point and above the rim and not just going straight out of bounds. It would be nice to see for Keita, but I'm with you too, Kenny. It's like I want to see him power through, throw it down. Because if he doesn't have that finger roll down or that fadeaway jumper on the post or whatever it is for Keita, if he doesn't have that down, and it's like, utilize your body, power through people, get to the rack.
I think it's a big summer league too, because I mean the Kings still have 2 roster spots and 2-way guys aren't taking up the roster spots. So I don't know if he was awesome. Could he make it? I know the Kings still have Alex Len, they still have Rashawn Holmes, but you know, he's got to show something, I think, for his future with the Kings, just to and I want him to be like, if he's not going to be playing in Sacramento, like just give him legitimate run in Stockton. I felt like that kind of hurt him at times.
Yes.
Where, all right, yeah, he's around the big club and there's some benefits to it, right? Just being around practices and coaches, watching film, all that stuff, but he's sitting around. And then he comes back to G League and he's not in game shape and it takes him like 4 games to get back in rhythm. I just think that's tough for a young guy.
Wow. And that's actually what I was going to ask you guys. Do you think it would be more beneficial for him to play all the time in Stockton or be up with the big club? And tell me if I'm wrong, but what I get from that answer is just choose one. Like if you want him with the big club all the time, just keep him up here and let him develop that way, or let him play all the time in Stockton, but don't keep bringing him back and forth.
Yeah, and I feel like because of everything that was going on with COVID restrictions and everything for a lot of these guys, it was like he was getting called up so much more just to be there, right? And wasn't even seeing those minutes to play. So yeah, I would love to see him just play a whole bunch with Stockton, especially because that helps some of these other guys that they may be trying to develop there, play with some better pieces. And that is still very important to play with pieces that you're playing with consistently. But at the same time, when we talked to Keita this summer, he did mention like the experience of being with the NBA guys in those practices are a lot. But I think it just would have been even so much more if he was getting just a little bit more consistency with some of those NBA minutes when so many guys were out and it was the end of the year.
Well, thank goodness COVID isn't around anymore. So
well, thank goodness.
Yeah, really dodged a bullet with that one. Another player that we believe you're going to see a lot of this season, and I think I can speak for Kenny in when I say this, we really like Keon Ellis also.
Yeah.
And Keon seems to, Deuce, we always talk about like, why can't we find that guy, like a guy in the second round or late in the first, or someone who like the Herb Jones type? And I don't want to put Keon Ellis where Herb Jones is. He obviously had a tremendous rookie season, but like when we watched Keon Ellis over those 3 games in the California Classic, it was like undrafted guy coming in here, going to spend some time in Stockton. Maybe he's that dude Kings fans have longed for.
Hey, if he can play defense like that at an NBA level, you've seen some of the flashes already of what he can do. He gets into guys, and you're exactly right. Like when you're the Kings, especially, it's not like they have a ton of cap space either, right? So you gotta find these guys who are maybe borderline guys or kind of flying under the radar. Gabe Vincent, who was in Sacramento with Stockton, and then Miami brings him up. Find those type of guys, the undrafted guys who want to go out there, they want to play defense, they play the right way. I see that with Keon. That's why I'm looking forward to seeing what he could do in the summer league. I mean, if he has a really good Vegas summer league, who's to say they go, you know what, we'll give him a roster spot and find another two-way guy.
And it's like help him grow.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing that I've talked about so many times over these past years of just how developing guys in Sacramento just doesn't happen. And I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. But now I have the most confidence, which is weird that I have so much confidence and I haven't even seen it yet. This is just mostly from the backgrounds and the reputations of a lot of these guys on the coaching staff.
Yeah. I'll ask you guys the same question about Keon Ellis that I asked about Keita. Do you think the best thing for him is a whole year in Stockton, or some people feel like, hey, get him with Coach Brown right now, and even if he's not playing a lot, he can learn a lot more being under him all season than playing in the G League all year.
And maybe it's just finding the balance, right? Like having a guy like that could soak up the knowledge from Mike Brown and his staff would be great, but like Bobby Jackson can provide that too in Stockton, right? Like Bobby Jackson's teams want to get after it. You know, we saw it last year in the summer league, and it's the same thing with Stockton, the G League. They want to play defense. So I think he'll benefit either way. But I mean, that's the one area we can talk how much we like about the Kings offseason. There's still major question marks defensively. Like even if you like Davion, the question is, will De'Aaron be able to do it? Can Mike Brown get something out of him defensively because he has the potential? Can they play some good team defense? If Keon Ellis can D up and make plays at an NBA level, he may have to be on the team. You don't know how it's going to go. I mean, the Pelicans, I don't think last year before the season were going, hey, two key guys for us, Herb Jones and Jose Alvarado. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so Alvarado was doing it in the G League. He got their attention. They called him up because of COVID stuff, and he brought it. And look, he's made his way in the league as a rotational guy.
No.
I know you guys had this on today's edition of the Deuce Mo podcast, or at least the YouTube version of it. The poll question was grade the offseason for the Sacramento Kings, A, B, C, or D. And I saw the poll question. I put my vote in there. I thought it was pretty split. At least when I cast my vote, it was split A and B. Yeah. How would you guys grade the Kings offseason?
I feel like A- is too nice and B+ is like not just enough. So like if it could be in between,
how can you go in between B+ and A-? There's no in between.
But that's my thing. Like you can't. But that's where I would try to say it is, because I think it's
what a coward.
Yes, I am a coward. I think it's too hard to say it right now. You see these pieces in front of you and you're like, yes, good job, Monty. Like that guy can shoot. Oh, Kevin Huerter. Like not only can he shoot, he can, get to the rim. He can play a little defense. And you're seeing these pieces look better on paper around De'Aaron and Sabonis. And then you're seeing this draft pick look pretty solid in Summer League. Then you're seeing this new head coach come in that everyone's like, ooh, okay, he's coming from a championship team, is known for his defense. Once it's put together and I see the product put together, that's when I'm like, I can really say like, this is the grade it is, right? Because right now we can say it's an A-, but what if like Mike Brown really doesn't know how to be a head coach or something? I'm obviously being dramatic, but I'm just saying like,
yeah, what if you gotta see? I gotta see 10 games. I gotta see 20. I gotta see a half season before I say anything. Here it is. It's a B+. Is that okay? I mean, they didn't fix all their issues. They didn't fix rim protection and defense. You know what they did, Morgan? They got shooting. They got more athletic. They got younger. They're a better team. This is the best Kings team since when?
A long time. Oh, but see, we're
06?
We're saying a long time, and not whatever.
It is.
It is.
I mean, I know that's not saying a lot, but like it's been a long time since you've had Fox and Sabonis. Now, all of this hinges. Can De'Aaron Fox be the guy that I think he's capable of being? I think Sabonis is going to do his thing. Another X factor to me.
I know that face Morgan's making right now, by the way. I know that face. Like every time I think Kenny and I are spending way too much time together, I just click on an episode of the Deuce Mo podcast and remember. All right.
Guys, it's just Because yes, Deuce is right. Coward. I sit on the fence. Call me any name. I really don't give a damn. Call me anything.
But you like the offseason. You think do you like it or not?
Yes, I absolutely like the offseason. And I think what has scared me from the past is that like I've liked other seasons, like going into the season, I've had a little bit of confidence being like, hey, there's some good individual pieces here. How can you put these things together? And then it was like no one could put them together. There wasn't a competent front office. It was like there's so many different things that were coming into play. So now I'm trying to say right now with these fresh faces that like there's competence, there's smart developmental coaches, there's a good roster in front of me. It's just hard for me to say when I haven't seen it all put together.
Well, here's the deal though, Mo. Here's the deal. This is like a school year. Okay. And when you get your first report card or your progress report, you got 3 tests on there. Okay, maybe you pass the first 3 tests. You got an A in the class. All right. Okay. But when you come towards April and you've had another 10, 12 tests, and if you don't pass them, your grade isn't going to be an A anymore. It's going to be a C or a D or something like that.
That's a good point. So I see you can kind of grade the NBA draft, the NBA free agency, and then
the season is its own, the actual season, and that'll determine your ultimate grade. But right now, I got to give Monty an A, and this is coming from a man who said on draft night, somebody needs to give him their password for Redfin and Trulia. I did say that. I don't go away from that, but he stepped his game up. All right, he did a good job. And I say like this.
His progress report on draft night was not good.
Kenny,
not good.
Kenny, you were thinking bad things on draft night.
Hella dramatic.
Offseason didn't even start. Kenny's like, I'm done. I'm like, can we get to free agency?
And now he's giving him an A.
The draft isn't finished.
He passed the test. He passed the next test. Now, here's what I will say about this, and maybe it's grading on a curve. I feel if we're being realistic, if we're being fair to the Sacramento Kings, they had as good of an off season as you could ask for from them. When I say that is free agency, you weren't in the running for any of these big free agents like that. That's not the case. But you went out and got a guy that could potentially start for you. Whether he does or not, I don't know. But he could start for you. You went out and got him. That's a big time move right there. Trade. You didn't have a whole lot of assets, but the assets that you did have, you really didn't use any of them to get another guy that could start for you in Kevin Huerter. As far as what Monty had to work with, as far as this team, this market, all this other stuff, I thought, and then we saw what Keegan was able to do, just seeing him on the floor. I thought that's about as good as the Kings offseason could have gone so far. So that's why I give him an A right now.
So fair.
And I think what's to his point, like with all those moves that we talk about, even going back to the Sabonis thing, from adding Sabonis to Monk to Huerter, they've given up 1 first-round pick. In that whole thing.
Yeah. No, it's
2024. I mean, that's
so fair. And
isn't it also potentially a first-round pick?
Yeah, I mean, if it went bad, it turns into 2 second rounds. But like, hey, if they're legit, then okay, they lose their pick in 2024 when they're, it's a 15th or 16th selection in the draft. And who knows? I mean, maybe there's another move that they can make to get a first-round pick in the future. They got one next year in a stacked draft. A lot of people love that draft. So, no, I'm super encouraged by what they did. I mean, if you're going to have Fox and Sabonis, I need some shooting around them. And I can't just bank on Fox becoming a better shooter or Sabonis. Hopefully those things happen. If those things happen, in addition to the shooting you added, plus Keegan Murray, it looks like he can shoot it. Harrison Barnes was a 40% three-point shooter. You got catch and shoot guys. You have guys that can, play off ball too.
If you get Sasha in here, it looks like he's going to get the rock.
Yeah, I mean, you get Sasha in here. I mean, so overall, I mean, I think Monty's done a hell of a job this offseason.
Hey, Deuce and I, we were arguing, surprise, earlier about this Kings team this year with the Western Conference, looking a little different, guys getting healthy. Who knows where Kevin Durant's going to go? Stay in the East, please, whatever. I was still saying, though, with this Kings team, I'm like, we're going to get some competitive, competent games where it's like, but they're going to end in losses. But we're not going to have to talk about these losses and it's going to be about effort. It's just going to be about other teams still being better. And when we start talking about the win-loss column, I don't have this Kings team just jumping ahead right now with everything else that is out there and who else they have to play. Do you guys see this team like jumping up 10 games or what?
Well, I'm going to do my Morgan Reagan here, and I'm going to straddle the fence for a minute.
Do better. Do better.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to straddle the fence here a minute, because we were kind of talking about this yesterday, or at some point or earlier this week, we were talking about it, where we like project, and you just mentioned it, Morgan, guys are getting healthy. Obviously we're thinking about the Los Angeles Clippers and that sentiment. You mentioned Zion Williamson. We're thinking about him and what that could necessarily mean for the New Orleans Pelicans. But, we hate it. You don't want to see it. Someone's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Some chemistry experiment isn't going to work. Like there's going to be, like, the Lakers were 33-49 last year. No one saw that. We didn't think Portland was going to be particularly good, but I didn't think they were going to be 27-55. Stuff happens. What really matters is that the Kings take advantage if one of those teams, falls out, or if multiple, like what Utah is going to look like Donovan Mitchell, according to the almighty Brian Windhurst, says he's going to stand pat and he's riding with the Utah Jazz, at least for now. So, what are they ultimately going to look like? We also discussed how Houston and Oklahoma City and even New Orleans, to a certain, that's not the same teams that we saw last year. Like I don't think they're going to be great, but I don't think they're going to be what they were last year either. I'm going to straddle the fence here and say I think enough can go the Kings' way. But at some point, though, Morgan, the Kings are going to have to find ways to win those games. And that's like it's De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis that really separate the Sacramento Kings from the Oklahoma Cities and the Houston Rockets.
Right.
Because as good as their really, really young players are, they don't have what should be the anchors that the Sacramento Kings have in Fox and Sabonis.
And when you say at some point they're going to have to, find ways to get wins, are you talking about next season, or are you talking about like 2 seasons?
I'm talking about now. I'm talking about now. Yeah.
I mean, I don't expect anything from this team, although I expect them. I have my own mandate that they better make the playoffs. That's what I do expect.
Playoffs are
for sure.
He said playoffs.
I mean, if they get, I'll ask you guys this question too, and I think I know where you're going. If they have the same exact season as the Cleveland Cavaliers had this past season, is that a success?
To me, yeah. Growth, you guys. And that's being realistic in this basketball world. And you know that, Kenny. You know that when you just don't, it's not like they added a whole bunch of superstars to this team and it's like, okay, expectations are higher playoffs. It's like they've added solid basketball players and a competent coaching staff to this organization to hopefully make them see that growth.
So I'll and I agree. I think it would be a success too, but we act like it doesn't happen. And maybe this is the exception and not the rule, but isn't that what Minnesota did? Yeah. Minnesota didn't really add nothing. They just had a whole year of their players. They got a new coaching staff in, and they got to what were they, 7th in the West, and ended up playing their way in.
Yeah,
Memphis. Did anyone anticipate before the season Memphis was going to be the number 2 seed in the West? Like, no one saw that coming. Even if you liked Memphis, you weren't going, hey, I think they're going to be number 2. So, I mean, I expect a jump. I mean, this is not this team that's currently constructed. You can call it on paper, whatever. They're clearly better than the team that played in Sacramento from October to February, whatever, 15th at the trade deadline. There's
absolutely.
like no disputing that. Sabonis just makes the team better just alone. He got more out of Fox. Fox played great. Now you add some legit shooting around.
Yeah.
I don't see how they're not better. I just don't see how they don't make a significant jump. And I guess they want to be like, yeah, they're the Kings, Deuce. Like, of course, that's what it is. But I mean, if they don't make the play-in, that would be
that's unacceptable.
Extremely disappointing. That's
unacceptable.
You'd be sitting here going, okay, now what? Like, because Fox is going into year 7. Like, Sabonis is going into the final year of his contract. There'd have to be some tough conversations.
I have play-in expectations, and that's tough for me to say because it almost contradicts the way that I keep talking about this West being stacked, but also that's going to kind of what Damian is saying with, it's like, you got to find a way to win those games to get into that play-in spot though.
I think about everything from last year, right? Like how De'Aaron not playing well in the beginning, the whole Buddy Bagley dynamic, guys missing time, Rashawn's
It
year.
was a mess.
Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Oh, and then you fired your coach like however many games into a season. You got a fan puking all over the floor. Are we serious? This was one of the worst years. So now going into this year, it's like, all right, I feel like the vibes are better. And I know, hey, let's settle down. I don't want to get Kenny talking about Tristan Thompson and montage and getting him a max deal. He wanted to extend everyone in September. But I'm just saying, I think it feels like it's going to be a better team. They've got shooting, they've got athleticism. I think they can get something out of Rashawn Holmes. And I'm talking about on the court. The fact that he and his agent met with Mike Brown, and then Rashawn was at Mike Brown's presser, that doesn't tell me that guy is upset and doesn't want to be in Sacramento. Right. I think he had a super challenging year physically, mentally, on the court, off the court, the Sabonis trade. Holmes could help them. Having a guy that wants to get after it, who grinds, who could defend the pick and roll, switch out, that's an awesome asset to have coming off your bench.
Shot. Yep.
I agree.
Imagine if they get something out of him this year too, in addition to what they added. So I don't know. We're not even talking about what Davion could do. I think they can have a really nice year.
I got playing expectations too, and I also expect you better play your way into the playoffs. that's what I said. Hey. You get that playing, you better play into the playoffs. I know that much.
I'm getting all fired up right now. Let's tip it off.
No,
I think it's fine. And maybe this is me being way too optimistic.
Yes.
Me and Deuce are on the same way. We're on the same way, man. Come on, me and Deuce are on the same way.
Yeah, you guys are like this.
We'll sit on this
fence. Damien and I are just going to sit.
We'll eat some burger patch over here on this fence. And
yes.
Malik Monk. You like Malik Monk. This isn't like, oh, hey, the Kings signed Trevor Ariza, and oh, maybe his impact could be nice. Hey, man, Kojo. I mean, that was legitimately a really strong signing.
You know how I feel about Kevin Huerter. I really like Kevin Huerter. And I remember when they were putting him in that John Collins rumors, being like, is this the package that can, the Kings can make a trade? I was excited about Kevin Huerter. So then once that trade was actually made with just Kevin Huerter, I was cool with it because he's a big young guy that can shoot the damn ball, that can get to the basket. I was not giving him enough credit defensively the other day when we were giving our first thoughts on it. He's a guy that also has a high basketball IQ and can play defense too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be fair, you were giving your first thoughts on the side of the road, so I think you can be forgiven for that. That was a solid live edition of the podcast. What's the plan this weekend? You guys are headed to Vegas, right?
Yeah, get in tomorrow morning. Working on some things. Hopefully, we can. We're trying to land some good stuff. I don't want to jinx anything.
Yeah,
we're all over the new edition of the Davion Mitchell.
Come on, man.
That
was basically a Deuce Mo episode.
I actually haven't watched the full thing yet, but I mean, I guess they don't.
Oh, you lived it. You don't really have to.
They don't ask for permission. I guess they just.
Yeah. Either way,
You're gonna give me that cut?
No, I'm telling you guys, because that conversation. What I love that they used it because Davion was just down to be vulnerable, express himself, and talk hoops, and it was just like. It was some of the best I've ever heard Davion. And then since then, though, you can tell he's a lot more confident in front of the camera. He's a lot more confident with media.
Yeah.
He's ready for this season. I'm excited.
I wasn't expecting that. You guys did a great job with him. I wasn't expecting to hear him in that way. And it was a great interview. And he was open and transparent and honest. And credit to you guys for that, for sure.
Thanks.
The one name that we think we have confirmed, they said it's confirmed.
What are you doing there?
I can't just say. Well, you know what's weird about jinxing things? It's like the person said this person, hey, we'll record it then, is Scoot Henderson.
Oh, yeah.
Projected to be the second pick of the draft next year. So,
wow.
What?
We've met him a few times, so hopefully, I mean, it's what?
We've met him a few times.
And he's like the sweetest. We're best friends. He's only 18. We met him at 17. So creepy. No, but he's oh my God, talk about a guy that's ready to just have cameras in front of him. He's just so good with people. And that was at 17 years old. He's already understands what it's going to be like and what it takes. And give credit to G League Ignite for getting them ready.
Yeah. So we're packing up all the equipment and probably do some live streams, but also hopefully do some interviews down there too.
Yeah, we're gonna be tapping in for sure.
That's awesome. Make sure you're subscribing to the Deuce Mo podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Also subscribe to their YouTube feed or their Twitch feed. They everywhere. So make sure you're locked in as they head to Summer League tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll come back. We'll try to straighten out as best we can this Colin Kaepernick and Big Three thing. Plus, I mentioned this like 2 hours ago, never really got to it. But Sasha, Deuce Mo are going to Summer League. I don't know that Sasha is. We'll talk about that when we return here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Have you guys watched the Big Three this year? I don't know if this is new or they did it last year.
I haven't watched it this year, no.
Did they do this last year where if you challenge a shooting foul, it's a 1-on-1?
I have no idea. I like that.
Oh, I don't think I saw that.
So yeah, if somebody you get called for a foul and hey, I challenge that. It's a 1-on-1 with the person that you fouled and the person challenged.
Oh my!
I like that.
I
like those gimmicks.
I would hate that. I hated playing 1-on-1 with people. Hated. So that would be like my worst.
Oh, you know that was a bucket.
No, you know what's funny, Kenny? I was really good at playing people 1-on-1. Teammates. It was weird in high school. My competitive level, like I always felt bad beating teammates in high school. I don't know why. It was weird. Weird. That's a weird. Yep. See, I'm not a competitor.
One thing on the Sasha thing. Do you think Sasha saw the flight to Vegas? How long it was? It was like, no, I'm good. We can talk over the phone.
I know I would.
Send me the Zoom link, bro.
Yeah,
like,
bro.
It's 1:12 in Vegas, and we're just gonna talk. No, I'm good.
Yeah,
that's exactly how I would be. For
sure. I don't blame him. And then turning around and flying back.
Nah, bro.
No way.
Send me the Zoom link. We'll knock it out.
Yeah, if I'm coming to Vegas, I got to at least stay, for one of the Mandalay Bay pool parties. What's that? What's the name of that place?
You've got to be kidding me. Like, I know. I don't know.
Yeah, like
Kenny,
are you guys gonna go to that
no
the bar, the pool bar?
Oh no!
Kenny, we're at Thomas and Mack and Cox Pavilion. We're watching games. You go to Summer League and go to a pool party?
You will not catch me by a pool.
No, well, you know what I'm talking about, right?
That's gross. That's terrible.
No, it's not like what you see. It's like you get your own. You don't even have to be in the pool, but it's this like 100-foot big screen TV that's like a sports bar.
Oh,
I mean,
pretty dope.
Sounds disgusting.
With a whole bunch of people, it's all hot, sweaty, nasty pool,
peeing in the
chemicals.
No, it's not like a pool party. It's a bros. It's almost like a bunch of cabanas in the pool.
I'm so.
I can't believe you're a Vegas guy.
Pool. I love Vegas.
Oh,
what do you love about you? Gamble?
I really don't, to be honest.
Okay, so you don't.
I
Gamble.
like that. I like that it's up all night. I'm a vampire, right? So Vegas don't stop. So 3 a.m. Oh, I want some steak and eggs. Okay, boom.
That's why Damien and I are definitely not Vegas people. Go to bed. Even though I will be up late all throughout.
Like people watching. Like I love doing that. Just sitting there. I'll be one of my favorite times is sitting in the lobby of the MGM Grand, just watching people come in at 4 a.m. I did that for like an hour and a half, and it was just phenomenal.
An hour and a half.
Oh yeah, just sitting here. You see so many things, so many interesting things. Yeah,
sounds fun.
There's no better people watching place than Las Vegas.
Facts.
I believe that. We all have fun, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Oh man. Steak and eggs by the pool at midnight. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Man, I hope not. I hope not.
Now, see, I've never been to Summer League. I do want to check it out.
It's worth. Actually, it's not that bad. Like I've done shows live from Summer League. We did one like while a game, like while the Kings were playing, and we had a TV. There was a TV right like in front of us, and the entrance to the bowl was right next to the TV. This guy like stood in front of the television for like 10 minutes to the point we got to a commercial break. And it's like, bro, if you take two.
Take it from the top.
You cut off one more of my stories. You cut off. No, Jay. Someone said D'Lo and Casey live from Summer League, which any excuse to go to Vegas, Casey is down for.
I'm in.
But like going to Summer League is cool. Like the Thomas and Mack Center and the Cox Pavilion are connected, and it's separated by a hallway. It's a big gym and it's a little gym. That's all it is. And we did the show live from the concourse once, and so there was a TV. The Kings were playing, so there was a TV right in front of us, like not like in front of the table, but like you could walk in front of us, and then directly next to the TV was the entrance with like the lower bowl. Yeah. So like you could watch on TV or you could take 2 steps over and actually watch the live game. So we're doing a radio show and this dude stops in front of the TV. It's like, all right, checking the score, whatever. He's standing there for like 10 minutes. And finally we get to commercial and I'm like, hey, bro, if you move 2 feet over, you can watch the game live. And he looks over and I think he realized what was happening and he goes, oh, I got you. And scoots over 2 feet and watches the live basketball game instead of watching it on television. What are we doing? Oh, my goodness.
I need these type of experiences. I do. Just one time in my life.
Summer League is fun though. I've only done it. I've only done it once. Like it's cool.
To be honest with you, it feels like next year is going to be the year to go too. Maybe not for the Kings, so to speak, but this draft cast is supposed to be crazy.
I mean, I'd be hyped for tonight, to be honest with you.
Oh, for sure.
I'd be super hyped for tonight. Yeah. That doubleheader, like I'm down for that with Shaden and Jaden and Paolo and Jabari. Yeah, absolutely.
Odyssey gonna send us the second week of summer. Good news, guys. You guys are going to Summer League. The second week.
No, that's okay, Odyssey. We'll just broadcast from our studio. Thank you. We're good. I say this all of the time. There is very literally nothing stopping us from going to Summer League and doing the show.
We could literally go tonight.
Like we'd have the
show tomorrow at noon.
We'd have to get permission to broadcast from on the premises, but like, what are we gonna do? We log on to. I'd go so far as to say we could do the show live from Las Vegas at Summer League, fly back. No one would know.
Nobody would know.
I don't feel like anybody would know that we were in Las Vegas doing the radio show.
No, they'd be too busy at the summer party.
That's right. The Odyssey slumber party that we're not invited to. But yeah. So I mentioned Sasha like 4 times on the show. Kenny went on an all-time thought-provoking conversation about
a month and a half
Giants and Trent Williams and Aaron Donald. So I just kind of laid back and let that rock. But I had mentioned Sasha a couple of times, and Sasha is in fact not going to Summer League, as that had long been kind of laid out that the next steps for Sasha and the Sacramento Kings was he was going to head to Summer League and they would start working out what a deal for him to come to the NBA and join the Sacramento Kings might look like. But the reports are from Eurohoops today that Sasha will not travel to the United States and will not meet with Sacramento Kings management in the Las Vegas Summer League. He still will talk to Sacramento, obviously over phone, over Zoom, over something else. And I'm sure his representatives will be a part of that, and what a debut in the NBA might look like for him in Sacramento could still potentially be worked out. Or he looked at the depth chart and thought,
well, that's what I'm actually trying to figure out, right? Is it more of he looked at the depth chart and was like, I don't know if there's a spot for me right now, or he's like, they kind of really want me here. Let me use as much leverage as I can right now.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a variety of things. I mean, it would all be speculation on our part. We certainly don't know, but yeah, it could be using leverage. It could be. I mean, they only have so much to offer him. You know what I mean? So like any pay increase, if that's what it's not going to be substantial. I mean, certainly every dollar counts, every dollar matters, but still,
you know what?
Not like he's going from 1.5 to 7.5.
I've been thinking about this, and I'm not saying this is a championship defining move or anything else like that, but I will say this. This is where I want Monty to get a little aggressive. Get him over here. Get him over here.
Ooh.
Do what you got to do. Talk as slick as you need to talk. Find out what will get him over here and get him over here. I want to see him over here. There's no need for him to wait another year. You need to make that perfectly clear. We want you over here now. Let's get this done. What do we need to do to get this done?
Why do you feel like that's so important?
Because that's another asset to your squad. Get as many good players as you possibly can here, and you have an opportunity right now. It's not like he's completely shutting it down. It seems like it just needs to be kind of a negotiation,
right,
or a conversation needs to happen.
But
and I'm not saying that this is what he is doing, but let's not be coy about this or be passive. Like, oh, well, hey, Sasha, let's get it done.
And we've established he's a 4. Yeah.
I've seen both. I've seen 3 and 4.
So what was the line Jordy used the other day? A 4-3 rather than a 3-4.
Yeah.
Which I thought that I think I think all of us were like, oh yeah, I get it. Okay, it makes sense. I like that line, and I think it applies to Sasha too. A 4-3 versus a 3-4. Big Al can play all positions though, 1 through 5. 916-349-1320. Big Al, what's happening, man?
No, thank you, D-Lo, but that'd be a lie. That'd be blasphemy of the highest caliber. No, I was never a 1 ever in that high school career.
I was trying to talk you out, man.
2 through 5.
Yeah. No, that's Magic Johnson, baby. That's the greatest. Yeah, that era of my Lakers I ever saw. That man could really do it. But no, I was a legitimate undersized 4 because I was the rebounder and outlet passer. That's what I did. I mean, I probably had, I don't know how many outlets that led to fast break points. So assists would have been, 6 to 8 assists a game, just by getting the board and getting the outlet out there.
Big Al unsold.
I was not a scorer. That's you, KC. You were a scorer, man. You were lighting it up.
And we would have played really well together. You pass to me and set screens for me, and I get the buckets. That's what we got to do.
Yep. And buy you donuts. Well, I'm down $45 now. Congratulations.
That's right, you
I'm
are.
very disappointed. I looked at the box score. My little Pippen Jr., Daddy's rooting for Lakers. I said, well, you should have done better for your man because he did not play like he did the first 2 games. And my man Hoff, who looked really good the first 2 games, he didn't even play. So, hey, that's on me.
What in the world?
Quadruple or nothing. Big Al, we appreciate you as always, my friend.
Marie's Donuts, get ready. 2 dozen coming my way.
Big Al going broke buying Kenny donuts here. Kenny gonna come in super heavy one day, just sprinkles all on the side of his face. That's all right, man. That's all right. Let it rock. One other quick note, because this doesn't really require like a deep dive. It was just really odd. Last night, The Athletic, specifically Shams Charania, reported that Colin Kaepernick was going to make an investment into the Big Three, Ice Cube's 3-on-3 league. That I thought probably changed a lot following the shutdown version of the pandemic. But there was reports that Colin Kaepernick was going to buy into the Big Three league, which I always thought was really successful. Obviously not, because Shams decided to frame it as the struggling Big Three, which was on the verge of going out of business, and now Colin Kaepernick was going to save it. Again, this was Shams of The Athletic. The Athletic reported today, not Shams, but the very same publication reported today, no, that in fact is not happening. And Colin Kaepernick's representative said, yeah, that's simply not true. I'm sorry, what? Did Cap legit get the push notification from Shams? Like, yo, I'm sorry, I'm doing what? Yo, someone get my representatives on the phone and tell me where my money is going.
Bro, the crazy thing about it is like this isn't, and no shades of them because I don't have any problem with them, but this isn't Hoop Central.
Oh
This
no,
isn't Legion of Hoops.
Jesse said Shams deleted the tweet.
Oh my God.
Oh, oh no. What, you don't think we saw it? Oh man.
Oh, man.
Cap's representative said it's just not true. That's
not
all they
true.
said. You
Yeah,
might
like
as
I
well
said-
have said liar, liar, pants on fire.
Yeah,
Like,
this isn't Legion of Hoops. This isn't Hoop Central. This was Shams.
oh
Out here
man.
tweeted this.
Oh,
And for him to just be in a situation where no,
that's tough.
what they say, it's just not true.
That's tough, man. That is tough. I mean, I think D'Lo and KC got Sham shook. That's all right. That's all right.
He's been trying to play catch up ever since.
That's all right, brother. Like, hang in there. He's trying to break any story he can after we scooped him on Malik Monk.
Yeah, man. So yeah, that was odd. I hope the big three isn't in any trouble.
Yeah, that's I do want to throw that in. Olivia Christian is going to join us here in a minute. We'll talk more Kings basketball. And we might have to hit, by the way, another.
The ceiling is the roof.
We might have to hit another one. I'll explain here in a minute. The big three it's incredibly entertaining. It's a great live event. It's great to take families to. There's music. There's a ton of basketball. I hope this league from Ice Cube is not in any sort of danger, because the big three really brought back 3-on-3 basketball too.
Yeah.
Like, the big three came before 3-on-3 in the Olympics. Like, he deserves to be applauded for his effort in this, and really the success that I think it has been, at least up until this point, where I have to imagine being out of arenas for a year and some change was damaging. Okay, again, Maybach coming up. We'll talk more Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh.
Everybody's lying, man. ESPN.com is lying too.
Everybody wrong.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's wrong. Dude, that is crazy that he was wrong, like that wrong, and deleted it. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh man, let's see. I hope all the looky-loos who don't ever comment or hit the thumbs up or anything, I hope y'all enjoying the show. We do appreciate you. We would love for you to hit the thumbs up, though. Let's check our number right here. How we doing, squad? We got 348 on YouTube, 384 in here total. Oh, let's get to 200. Come on now. That's easy work. That ain't even asking much with 350 watching. That's easy to hit the thumbs up. Let's get well past 200. That way, once we're out of here and the show just lives on YouTube, maybe we could stretch it up to 300. Look at that. We already at 200. I think 100 more of you could hit the thumbs up, man. That'd be easy work. Well, to be fair, is D'Lo and Casey are greater than Shams and Mojo, and that's probably accurate. I mean, we ain't have to delete a tweet on any news we break, Yeah, in any event. Become subscribers too, as Lizzie points out there on the chat, but keep hitting that thumbs up, man. We appreciate it. It's weird. I see messages on the screen first. Let's see. Begging for likes. Hey, man, you know what it is? It ain't nothing wrong with a little begging. We could be Sacramento's best from here. We'll go to Vegas in time. Kenny actually is going to Vegas, I think, in 2 weeks. Casey is the Brian Windhurst of Sacramento media. I think that's a diss, Nicholas, and I don't like it. Though Brian Windhurst is kind of owning Twitter the last few days. Oh yeah, appreciate y'all hitting the thumbs up, man. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we get to, what day is today? It's Thursday. Olivia's on. Okay, it's Thursday. We got a pack show tomorrow. I think we have a pack show. I'm really not sure. I have an idea in my head that makes today's show packed, but I'm not positive. Nah, no diss. Casey knows ball like Brian. They sleeping. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Brian Windhurst back. Brian Windhurst had fallen down the mountain, man, but he's back on top after that clip went viral. Yeah, but that was a strong hit that he got. That was a strong one. Shamsgate. Let's go. It's Shamsgate. I think Skylar crossed the wrong person. I think that's what it was. Podcast drops. First episode of the Drive podcast will drop August 11th. First episode of the podcast will drop August 11th. We're going to put out a teaser probably next week. So you guys can go subscribe in advance and be ready for that first August 11th episode. But it is definitely dropping Thursday, August 11th on the 49th anniversary of hip hop. Bruh, happens more than you know. And it's not a bad thing. We did.
Blame Jason Jones.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on Twitter. You should already be following us on Twitter. We break news over there that we don't have to delete at ESPN1320. Doesn't happen a lot. I'm just saying, we don't have to delete it. Olivia Christian is going to join us coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll talk Kings basketball with her and probably a variety of other things. Normally we all kind of find out together.
Always a good time.
It's always, we always talk about super subjects. She's been gone for 3 weeks too. We got some catching up to do. This isn't a, I got to freestyle something here just because.
You need me to lay out?
Oh, no, not the Kenny Caraway freestyle. Okay. No, nothing like that.
You let me rock, I'll let you rock. It's just whatever.
I just want to run this back.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
It's the ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Check in on solar, help lower your house bills. New roof, that helps lower your electricity bill.
Yeah.
Want to give them the proper, the proper read here. But I think I got to give out another performance of the night.
Oh.
Sabrina Ionescu with a 30-point triple-double. If we're giving Josh Giddey a summer league performance of the night, Sabrina Ionescu dropped the first ever 30-point triple-double in WNBA history last night. It's the third triple-double of her career, already the most in WNBA history.
Hey, she is tough out there. I was watching that game last night between the Liberty and the Aces. Shot making was going crazy in that game. Like everybody was hitting the quality of play in that game last night was super high, and probably the best player on the floor was Sabrina. I mean, she was lights out last night. Lights out.
She was anointed by Kobe. Her rookie season got cut short. Oh, memory serves me correctly. I think it was an ankle.
Yeah, she had a really bad ankle sprain.
She's certified, dude. She is so good. She's must-see TV. I also have to tell you another. I got a little agitated this morning. I went to see my man Darren. Get my barber here, and got laced up, looking real nice, and we were
looking
talking.
fly. The line is crazy right now.
It's the only day it's going to look this good. But it's on point. And they all have TVs like at their stations, and so normally like we got Skip and Shannon on. That's the only time I ever see it is when I'm with him. They were running Sports Center on another TV, and I hear this conversation happening like in the side of my ear about the WNBA, and like I can make out certain words, And for the only time that I can ever remember, I stopped my barber and said, hang on. I was like, hey, fam, run that back. What did you just say? He said, how much would it take for you to go watch a the WNBA for an entire season?
What?
My man said, what, like $1,000? The barber's like, I probably do it for 500. And I responded in a way I probably shouldn't have. Like, and they took it good-heartedly, but I said something in response that I probably shouldn't have. I should have handled it like a little bit different, but I was agitated by the remark. I was like, be real though. Have you ever watched a WNBA game? They both said no. I was like, so how are you going to say like you wouldn't?
That's crazy.
You wouldn't enjoy it. Like if you've watched it and you can honestly walk away and go like, this is trash, then okay, fine. Like I couldn't tell you I didn't like Game of Thrones until I watched it. I don't get it. It's not my bag. Like the WNBA isn't everybody's bag. I just get so agitated when I hear, and it's always dudes talk about, oh, I don't like it. Okay, cool. What don't you like about it? I'm not going to watch it. No. Have you ever watched it? Well, no. What are we talking about? And then my barber was like, yeah, I don't think I'd go either. I was like, if you went once, I bet you enjoy it. Like you dig it.
Yeah.
But
and
you know, I don't know. That was my confession because these are my Watch this. I didn't respond to those to my guys very well.
And you know, I have the same type of people in my life who look at the WNBA the same way. And I'm a guy that may be biased. I love basketball. I'm watching all basketball. I love it. So, you know, I have no problem with the WNBA, but I will say this. I think in the past, there was times when collectively, overall, the quality of the game wasn't always at a high level. And hear me when I say that. There were players in certain teams who consistently played at a high level. But collectively, when you talk about the rosters going 1 to 12 or whatever, and you got the bench people coming in, and you know the quality of play would drop off or whatever, that would be the case. Recently, I'd say, for me personally, maybe in the last 3-4 years, I don't think that's the case in the WNBA anymore. It's a high quality of game every night out. These ladies are balling. The shot making is at a high level. It's at, for me, what I would expect a professional game to be like. The shot making that they make. It's a real simple thing for me, but I say the best players in the world, you leave them open, that shot's going down. It doesn't matter if it's mid range, if it's a three, whatever. You leave them open, that's money, right? And in the past, you wouldn't always get that from the WNBA. I can say that. But like I said, the last 3 or 4 years, collectively, you leave them open. That this is just the bare minimum. I'm not even talking about like the shot creation with somebody guarding you, but the bare minimum. You leave them open, it is cash every time. And that's professional basketball to me. And they're on that and then some, you know, in the W. I've watched a good amount of WNBA this year, and the quality is high level. I enjoy watching the game. It's a high level brand of basketball.
The league, the rosters are stacked with really good players, and I you know, there are good players who aren't making rosters now, which is why there's so much talk of expansion, and hopefully that's coming here in the years to come. But that's an attribute that you just laid out there to the game that I don't think is going to be evaporating anytime soon.
No, I just think like I said, as a whole, I think that women's basketball is it's elevating. It's getting better. You know, one of the things I talked about in college basketball, I would talk to you about with the women's NCAA tournament. I was like, I love watching it, but the first 2 rounds, there's no need of me watching it. There's just not enough good teams out there. There's like 60-point blowouts in the tournament. And we saw it in this tournament. There was some upsets. There was close game, close calls. I just think as a whole, the game is getting better collectively. And we're seeing that on all levels. And now we're seeing that in the WNBA as well.
The WNBA started in 1997. So what's that, 20?
They just did 25 years last
25
year.
years? All right,
So
25
this
years.
Yeah.
So this is the equivalent to the NBA in 1971. Let's go watch some film from 1971.
We have. We told you, them boys ain't playing defense at all.
We did. That was a weird rabbit hole that we fell down watching. It was a sad moment seeing Dr. J. That wasn't even 1971. That was 1980 that we saw that. Oh yeah, that was a sad moment. This is not, as we welcome in 1320 host and contributor, our friend Olivia Christian, for the first time in like 3 weeks. She's been working on the. No, what is it? It's not the game. I was trying to figure out where the cap went, and I was like, no, it's not the game cap. It's not the. What is it? Give it to us again.
The game last night cap.
The last night cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's there on social media for everybody. So let's bring you right into this conversation. Also, I should mention this: you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. I want to get to the Kings and your thoughts because there are some new members of the Sacramento Kings since the last time we talked. And an overwhelming amount of positivity here. But I want to bring you in on this conversation because I'm curious your thoughts, because I know you've been watching the WNBA a lot this year. From your this is the most you ever watched it?
Yes, this is the first season I think I've watched maybe at least one game a week, maybe 2 games on the weekends. All time high.
So I feel like when you watch it, you're allowed to speak on it. What is your impression? Like, how do you feel about the WNBA?
I'm a fan of basketball in general, so I can get into a game. Like once I'm watching, most of the time I'm not rooting for anybody in particular. If somebody starts whining about fouls, then I'll generally start going for the opposing team just because I don't like whiners. But I'm going in as a neutral fan, and it's fun to watch. But I have to say, I'm not craving it. I'm not like, oh, who's on? I got to see who's playing. I'm going to watch this game. I try to make time in my schedule not that I'm so busy, but I try to make an effort to watch because I think they deserve it. They deserve that attention. And they're amazing players. They're the best in the world. But I still like, and we talked about this months ago, Kenny, about how like your body kind of changes seasons as it gets into the next sport. And I feel like maybe it's just because I'm done with basketball right now. I'm ready to talk about how the Yankees have the best record in Major League Baseball.
They do. Aaron Judge playing his final year with the Yankees is going out with a bang right now. He's doing his thing. That's just me speculating. But
that's just you wishing. That's not speculation. That's you praying that this is Aaron Judge.
No, we're going to get him. He's coming home. But yeah, man, I talk about the same thing with the whole sports body clock or whatever. But I've actively watched the WNBA this year and been intentional with it as far as just catching it when I catch it. Like, I'm DVRing games and watching them late and things of that nature. I feel like they get a new TV deal. I mean, I think they've always been on CBS Network, but I think they're carrying more games this year, aren't they?
Yeah, the amount of games carried on like television networks has outside of WNBA League Pass and then the random NBA TV games. Yeah,
right.
It's been kicked.
And I think that helps. You know what I mean? I think there's a situation where every night, or maybe one of the nights, like there's not something on during the week, but every night they're either on ESPN, CBS Network, or on NBA TV. And being able to see these teams a little more on a regular basis and get more familiar with them, I think that helps the league and it helps me as well. Like, as I don't, if I miss a game, it's not like, oh, well, it's Tuesday and I missed the game that I was going to watch. Now I can't watch them again until Sunday. Like I forgot about them at that point. You know what I mean? So being able to have them on every night, I think that helps the league as well.
Yeah, it can only help, right? I mean, a lot of these fans of women's basketball and women's professional soccer, they're saying we just need exposure. There are people who will watch us if we are on television or if we have a bigger presence on social. younger people, from what I hear, don't really watch a lot of television, and they don't watch full games. They like highlights and stuff. So both of those leagues need to do better. And everybody wants to do better on social to capture those eyeballs. But definitely creating more opportunities for people to find you requires some of these organizations to invest their time into having games available on their network. There's a ton of stuff that people don't watch that are on networks that have quote unquote sports. There's, fishing and bowling. I can't imagine. I mean, I know there's a community for that, so I'm not hating on you guys. I'm like, if you can put that on, or you can replay a game from 1984, or some, old NBA series, you can squeeze in some time for the WNBA. And if I'm not like engrossed by it, that's okay. That's just me. I'm going to watch a game here or there. But for people who are trying to find it, don't make it so difficult.
Olivia, they've got cornhole in the World Tag League on ESPN routinely now. Now let's give me a WNBA doubleheader. I don't need to see the World Tag League on ESPN. We ain't even talking about Plus. We're talking about ESPN. Get this off my TV.
The worldwide sports. I think they play the hot dog eating contest too. There's
they replayed that too.
It's so gross. Oh my God, that is so gross. I thought that was the worst thing I saw until I saw the dude chug a gallon and a half of lemonade. And I was like, that in fact is the worst thing that I've seen. I think the WNBA and Major League Baseball have similar problems. They're not promoting the right people, and they need to make stars. And I think that's the case for every sports league, is you have to make stars. And I think that's where the NBA really excels. But when you look at, and this, I love them to death. It's cool that Diana Taurasi and Sue Bird are on the cover of 2K. Well, where's the young? You need the young WNBA player addition too, because you need to make that next star. Breanna Stewart isn't new, but she's been the best basketball player on the planet for like the last 5 years. Why isn't she front and center on every single thing that you're doing? Kelsey Plum the same way. Like there are so many. Kelsey Mitchell, Asia Wilson should be one of the biggest stars in professional sports, but they kind of misspoke. You're absolutely right. Asia Wilson is absolutely a star. She should be a significantly bigger one.
But I think you'll understand what I'm saying. She is different than those other ladies that you mentioned. Asia is a star. Like, her personality is a star. Breanna Stewart is one of the best basketball players we've ever seen. She don't have star personality. And that's go ahead, Olivia.
I was going to say, Kenny, I agree with you. And I think there are a number of players in every professional sports league who are great, but not necessarily great on camera. And what you typically do in that situation, if you're Nike, anyway, I know none of the leagues have done necessarily a great job, is you have that other person there, the straight guy, the funny guy, whatever. And then they say one or two lines. It's like when Penny Hardaway had Chris Rock. Like, Penny Hardaway, soft-spoken. He was an amazing player. Too bad he got hurt as many times as he did. But he was an amazing player. But what made him famous is Lil Penny and Chris Rock and those commercials. And that road, his young fans could fall in love with him and see him on commercials for Nike and Sprite or whatever else. And I think a number of these leagues, again, like the MLB and the WNBA, if they have amazing players like Breanna Stewart, she is amazing. There's an opportunity to figure out a way to still tell her story and elevate her and the minds of the public. But you have to make a dedicated decision. Like, let's do this, let's go all in. But to tap dancing around it, or just like, we'll figure out something else. We'll give MLB to AT&T or Apple on Fridays, and maybe that'll work. Like, that's not going to work. But you have to want to be invested in the success. And I think the players they're looking for that investment as well. It's lip service at this point.
You know who is invested in their success right now? The Sacramento Kings.
Ooh, bars.
The Sacramento Kings have made some additions since we've last talked. Olivia drafting Keegan Murray, signing Malik Monk of the Los Angeles Lakers, trading for Kevin Huerter. I know you had your eyes a little bit on the California Classic this past weekend. Summer League is Olivia. There's some positive vibes around the Sacramento Kings right now for the first time in a long time.
You know what's funny is, when I joined your show like last fall, winter, we kind of talked about how psyched everybody was around Summer League time, the California Classic, feeling excited about the new season. And by the time December came, it was kind of like, oh man, let's just get it to 30 wins. Can we get 40 wins? So I'm always one for like, let's ride the wave of fun and excitement, because what else are you doing in life? Just waiting for, bad to happen. I'm encouraged by the moves that they're making. I'm encouraged by the fact that De'Aaron Fox is excited by the moves that have been made and playing with his old team. And I'm cautiously optimistic about the season, but at the same time, like, I do feel like we should just enjoy the moment, enjoy the California Classic, enjoy the fact that we got these guys together. We can make some moves. We made some smart moves, I think. Getting some shooters out there, getting some known relationships. Let's get these two back together. They know how each other play. Hopefully that will work out for us. So again, I think they've done well. I think it's cool that we're riding this wave of summertime, and hopefully it will transition into a better season.
So we should chill with our parade.
I was about to say I was ready for the parade.
You can parade. I'm always be the kind of fan you want to be. Where's that jersey? Are you wearing a Malik Monk jersey yet? Are you older than him?
I am older than Malik Monk, and they have these jerseys that were actually like mock-ups. They weren't real jerseys. I mentioned this the other day, and they were fire. I was like, Olivia might be mad at me because I might have to do one of these jerseys. These things is fire right here, but they weren't the real jerseys, at least that we've seen just yet. So right now it's safe.
I'm not going to be mad at anybody wearing it. I've reeled it in. Do you, everybody? No judgment. I might be talking behind your back, but who am I?
I mean,
I'm nobody.
Are the Jersey police coming to get you right now? Can we confirm that you're safe in the mean streets of Los Angeles? Are you safe? Right. I love that Olivia had, like, the new bit on the show is like Olivia's moving back up, and no, she just does the show from an empty house. If it sounds like, for those on the radio, certainly people on the stream can see it. If it sounds like Olivia's broadcasting from an empty house, it's because she's in fact is. She's been moving for like 4 months.
Longer than 4 months.
Longer than 4 months.
But I just invested in some furniture. I don't think I'm going anywhere. I might do the dual citizenship, LA and San Francisco.
Baller status.
I bought a rug. I have some other rugs that I need to lay out so we can dampen the sound, and a table and dining. It's all happening.
So did we just abandon the idea of a microphone? There's no fourth wall here. We just kind of talk about it. Did you decide the hell with the microphone idea?
Well, I said I would do it, but no one sent me anything.
Why didn't you do it? What do you want me to send you?
I'm sorry?
Did you say no one sent us anything?
I remember last time during a commercial, I tried the microphone and you can hear me, but I couldn't hear you.
That did happen.
Yeah, I remember that. I can't remember why that happened.
Yeah, we couldn't figure out what was going on.
But I got some wireless headphones because I have a Surface. I'm still not an
Apple. Oh my! Wow! Yeah, Olivia's a green texter for those. Yeah, Olivia is a straight up green texter.
Man, sorry to do that.
It's tough.
But I tried it out and it was working last night. I got it late last night, and I came in this morning. I tested it, was fine. And right before I clicked StreamYard, I'm like, let me try it again. And I couldn't hear anything. So I'm like, forget it. I'm just doomed.
We're gonna take care of it. We got you. We're gonna take care of it.
Hey, let's go
there. I want to see the studio. I want to have like a day with you guys, at least where I'm up there.
Oh, the new studio's lit. Like it's dope. I saw it for the first time last week. It's dope. You're gonna love it. Like, it's awesome.
Well, I heard you guys last week. I was hanging up some wallpaper. What? I know I sound like a grandmother, but it's the skyline of San Francisco. It looks terrible because I didn't get it professionally done, but it's kind of awesome. During the commercial, I'll show you.
Yeah, but
while you were on,
I want to see it.
I was doing it last week while I heard you. I was listening to the show, and I heard you talking about needing to hip hop the studio up a bit.
Yeah, it's not a good look outside the walls. Like, we need to. I'm gonna work. And sometimes you say stuff like I said. I was like, hey, can I fix this? Like, this serves no one. And Joe was like, yeah, go ahead. But sometimes people say stuff and they don't mean it. Like, I need to confirm, because if we can, I'm gonna reach out to the dope ones, and we're gonna get some art to put there in that new studio.
And I can hang wallpaper. It will be crooked.
We will no. There are some areas of the new studio that need to be fixed. Like, there's like this bright green area that's across from this purple area. And it's like, I told Joe, they're like, we're going to redo all this. Like, no, you keep this purple area. This purple area is legit. We'll call this Paisley Park or something over here. You got to fix this green thing. Whatever this is, you got to fix that. But we could do something here in this purple area because everything should be based on what D'Lo and KC can do. I don't care what 98 Rock is doing or what KSFM is doing. What can D'Lo and KC and ESPN 1320 do with the space? And all your decisions should be based on that.
That's just the bottom line. They don't think about D'Lo and KC for office parties, so at least let us design the office.
They sure as hell don't. Give us something to look forward to. Let's go back though to like Olivia's early days on D'Lo and KC, where you came in and part of what you do when you're not here with us is you give these talks and these seminars, and we started asking you questions as almost if like you were a therapist. And we started today's show with some sound from our friend Sean Cunningham at Fox 40 talking to De'Aaron Fox, and it was impossible to ignore the fact that De'Aaron's got a little bit of a vibe to him right now, and I think we're witnessing the return of happy De'Aaron Fox from a business perspective, from a if we're taking the game of basketball out of it and talking about a going to work perspective. How much value does that add to the Sacramento Kings where you've got, if we just use terms like employees, coming in with seemingly a completely different frame of mind than they came in with last year?
Oh, it makes all the difference. Happy people, happy workers, contentment. If you feel like you're being heard, if you're feeling like management is helping support you in the way that you need to in order to do your job better, they're emotionally invested, they're financially invested. Makes it a huge difference. It's just like with you guys talking about the studio. Everything needs to be with D'Lo and KC in mind. And when you got a purple couch, purple walls, and some hip hop, it feels like, all right, they recognize
yes,
this.
I do not want a Backstreet Boys plaque across from our studio.
Yeah, we don't need that Billy Idol picture.
We do not need that, no.
But I mean, basketball players, professional athletes want the same thing. Even though they're the best in the world and we think a lot of times they should just be happy because they're making a ton of money, that's not the end all. These guys want to play. And it's not enough for them to just be the one amazing guy, the franchise guy. We understand that there are people all over the league who are looking for that second and third option because you just need that. And so De'Aaron is clearly feeling happy about that. And I think from him, if that's emanating from him and the other players are picking up on that and they're excited about the new look and feel of the team, it only does well for everybody. Everybody's feeling better.
So I'm gonna just ask the question because I think the answer is yes, they should be doing this. But some people would ask, some cynics would ask, should the Kings be even doing that for De'Aaron Fox because they haven't been winning since he's been around? Once again, I think they should. You invested in him financially. Now invest in, to keep up with the theme, his office space, right? And his co-workers. Invest in him that way. But some people are like, he's not good enough for them to be thinking that way. What do you think about people who say that?
Well, if he's not good enough, they're not going to magically get better. This is the best guy you've got on the team. If you don't like the fact that he's not being able to turn the team around all by himself and your response is, we're not going to help you get better, then everybody just goes home losers? What are you in the business of owning a team and managing a team for if you're not going to move pieces and parts around to make sure that everyone is positioned to be successful? Now, if you've got some great players out there and they're producing and you're still losing, it might be time to cut ties. Let's move some things around. Mm-hmm. But I think, like you said, they've already invested in him personally, financially. So it's really just about getting those other players in a position to be successful. Let them do what they do best and create some systems around them. Run some. I mean, I'm excited about Brown coming in as the coach. I feel like he's got a playbook that he can use and implement soon. That's very exciting to me. Don't just get out there and figure it out. Let's run some stuff to get guys going. But if you want a successful franchise, it's about investing in the complete team. You can't just either draft one guy and be like, all right, make it happen year after year. You've got to build people around each other and have a great bench and have a great farm system. Create some players that you're raising in the organization. And I think the Kings need to be doing, everybody wants to do that better, but the Kings clearly, I think, need to do that as well.
Have you been watching Summer League?
No, not really. I've been doing a little bit of
It's hard. Like it can be tough. Like it's going to be exciting tonight for sure. Like I'll be excited for both games tonight with Paolo and Jabari and Shaden and Jaden. Like that's exciting. But it's exciting for like a minute, and then it's like, oh, there's like 38 more minutes of this. All right.
Going to your kids' game, you're like, yeah, we got here on time. We got the orange slices. I'm like, oh my God, I got to watch this whole thing now.
Or more specifically, when your kid's out of the game. Like that's when I don't watch it. So like when Paolo or Keegan are in out of the game, it's like, oh, yeah, let me see what else is on right now because I don't need to see this.
Yeah, Frankie Ferrari, another pass sails out of bounds.
But I'm glad these guys are getting their work in, and it's good for people to see what they can do. They can start, playing against each other, get a feel for what the league will feel like. But like I said, I feel like I've turned the corner on basketball right now. I need a little bit of a break and dive into baseball a bit more.
We're all in on that Apple TV baseball, aren't you?
I don't watch too much of it on Apple.
You've given up on it. I actually watch more of it now. I like it. It's fine. It's a fine broadcast. And once again, the picture is phenomenal. I don't know what they did to my TV or what cameras they're using, but their picture is flawless.
Kenny got the 8K.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said Kenny got the 8K TV, so he looks wonderful.
He can reach his hand in and grab a hot dog. It's so good.
It feels like that's what it feels. But you know what? I do think the summer league. This is a pretty cool time. This week, me and Damian talk about it a lot. That first week and a half of summer league, you got your specific summer leagues like California Classic and what they're doing in Salt Lake City, and then you go into Vegas and you get to see these young guys in a little bit of a different setting than you see them on the college ranks. College is a different type of game, so you get to see these guys on a professional level, and I say it gets people excited. It could get them discouraged. We got a situation where it got us excited because we saw Keegan play so well. But if Keegan didn't play well, we'd be like, oh my gosh, like it would have people, ready to give people their Redfin passcode to get Jimmy out of here. I don't know who would do such a thing, but it has happened before. But I think it's a fun time to see these guys for the first time with their new franchises.
I think it's fun too. It's not appointment television for me right now, but whenever I just hear summer league, it makes me think of me playing summer league in high school. That's primarily where I got my minutes is summer league. But
Olivia was the Frankie Ferrari.
I'm like, put me in. Like, it doesn't matter. We're up by 20. Go ahead, Olivia.
Oh, no.
I was pretty good. But I remember one of my summer leagues is the summer when Whoop There It Is came out.
Oh my.
And my coach made us Hoop There It Is shirts, and we were like, oh my God, Hoop There It Is. Really feeling ourselves on the pun that we made.
Now,
that was a summer league.
Were we more into Whoop There It Is or Whoop There It Is?
Oh, I'm trying to think.
I thought Whoop There It Is was a better record.
Yeah, that's with the P. With the P. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoop was a better. Tag team, back again.
No, that's Whoop. Wait.
I thought that's Whoop.
No, tag team is Whoop There It Is.
Yeah.
The other one,
most popular one.
The 95 South one, I think is the better one. That's the one I think is better.
Well, isn't that the one? I don't remember that. Isn't it the one?
That one.
I was about to say that. That was the one I probably shouldn't have been listening to at that.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So that's why I was a little more familiar with Whoop There It Was with tag team.
How did both of those songs come out at the same time?
That's so wild to me. Yes, it was like somebody was shopping it around to different record deals. Who wants it? And they sold it to both people. Just add a P. It's fine. We're good.
Yeah, like that's one of like the 95 South one is one of like what 5 Miami records that made it big.
Yeah, Tootsie Roll was next.
Which one?
Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Roll. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
The other 4 Miami sounds, I think, were Gloria Estefan. Those are the only 4 other big.
Well, no, I was thinking more Miami bass because they were all 2 Live Crew, and then Pitbull came in and he kind of changed the way that sounded, and then Rick Ross came in and just changed it for like now he just a whole different type of. It's a whole different type of
vibe. The City Girls brought it back.
Oop, well, I do. I do appreciate Hoop. There it is, though. Shout out to Tag Team Hoop.
That T-shirt. Like Kenny's got his 3-on-3 trophy. I wish I had my Hoop There It Is T-shirt. I would rock it for you guys. That was an amazing time. Oh my god.
Amazing time.
The height of my professional sports career was in San Jose. High school summer league. Dope.
And thinking Summer League is just such an overreaction, though. Like, I feel like nothing good really can come out of Summer League because you're going to react. Like, pull the curtain back. Not that there is a curtain on this show. What was the line Kenny put in the rundown today to lead us into the Chet Holmgren conversation? Was Chet exposed a little bit last night? Did Chet get humbled a little bit in his second game? And it's like it's the same thing happened with Chet Holmgren in game 2 that happened with Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray had this big outing in game number 1, not necessarily so much in game 2. You could have overreacted either way. Chet Holmgren, same thing. Big performance in game number 1. Got roughed up by Kenny Lofton Jr. a little bit in game number 2. We're conditioned as sports fans, we're conditioned to overreact to the last thing we saw. And so Keegan Murray, oh man, this is bad. Chet Holmgren, I told you, all of the Chet Holmgren people who didn't like him coming out of the draft, all the Chet Holmgren haters, they're like, see, I told you he's too small. He's getting roughed up by 280 pounds of Kenny Lofton Jr.
It's tough though. I mean, like, as if you're a basketball fan and the other big, football and baseball are a big thing, and you're watching this stuff, like, you're gonna get excited. People are starting to bet, and every activity is something to talk about. And so that's why, earlier I was talking about, if you're that kind of fan, but also pace yourself. This is just summer league. Just hope that everybody gets to it without hurting themselves and they can play when the season begins. Have a good time, get a feel for the league. And again, if you're a fan, that's fun. But it does seem kind of dumb at this point to be like, oh my God, did you see that? And this is now gonna play out in the rest of this. Like, it's not. So many other things, so many other variables. If they get good playing time, wonderful. But some of these guys are going to be watching and learning for the first few weeks, few months anyway. So they're having fun this summer, but pace yourselves, everybody.
Well, yeah, but don't let the devil take your joy. Like, if you want to overreact. Like, it's fine. Like, it's sports. It's supposed to be fun. Like our guys at the Chase Center. 40 wins, baby, here we come. Hey, that's being a sports fan, man. React in the moment. Nothing wrong with that. I'm all for it. I'm
with it. And Keegan Murray definitely is Tim Duncan.
Could be.
Well then.
The big fundamental. What was what did Deuce call him? Slim Duncan. That's what he called him. He called him. It's just nice to talk about the Kings and not feel like everything is a disaster and not feel like the world is crumbling because one mistake after another has led to another mistake, which has led to the downfall of the organization for the next 10 years. So it's nice to just feel like something's going the Kings' way. Maybe it's only going the Kings' way in the summer, but at least we got some good things cooking right now. They're going to have to carry it over to the regular season, but it's cooking right now.
Sorry, I keep trying to interrupt you. Sorry about that. But I'm with you about celebrating every victory, every win, and have a good time, enjoy it. But I mean, in terms of like, if something bad were to happen or player was to not, step up the way that we thought, I don't think we should get too nervous about that being
I agree.
what we're going to see when the season starts or, when we get halfway through it. Like, enjoy this, but it's not the end all be all at this point. Just take it for what it's worth. And it's fun summer league. It's no stakes. We're just getting out there.
Yeah.
There it is. I thought you knew.
I agree 100%. So while we have Olivia here and Damian here as well, I'm going to pose a question, or it's not even a question. It's really a statement that's out there right now. I'm going to let it marinate. And I want to know what you guys think about it when we come back. I guess, it's floating around Twitter right now. The Mark Stein, I think he did one of these Spotify shows or whatever podcast. I don't know what was going on. But when it came to the Sacramento Kings, Mark Stein said, quote, The Sacramento Kings are involved in a zillion trade discussions. I wouldn't be surprised if they make moves. Harrison Barnes is the name to watch. So my question to both of you guys is the move to get rid of Harrison Barnes a good idea? Or should I know it's all contingent on what they get back, but we've talked about it a little bit. Like, hey, maybe just ride this thing out with Harrison and see, what happens here. He's your starting 3-guard. You don't really have anybody behind him, but looks like they're still actively engaged in trade discussions, probably for Harrison Barnes. Is that the move to make in your guys'
We will discuss. When D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, returns here with Olivia Christian on ESPN 1320. All right, I'm going to get up for a second. Is your microphone close?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to try it, but I got to get up for a second. I'll be right
back. Oh, how you been, Olivia? Feels like I haven't seen you in forever.
I know. It's been a while.
I'm going to LA this weekend. But we're going to be... No, my son has a basketball tournament. So, see, now I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I'm talking. There we go. You can? Yeah. Does it sound better?
Yeah, it sounds...
a little better or a little...
You can't hear the echo of the room anymore.
Oh, good. Yay, everybody in the chat, can you tell me whether or not I sound good enough?
Sound good. Sound
okay. You sound like very deep. I feel like you should be introducing some 90s slow jams right now.
Oh, yeah. Right now. We're going to take it down. We're going to Tevin Campbell. I'm ready. Oh, yeah.
Can we talk? That is the question. Can we? I don't even know.
Brandy, Monica, they hooked up with the classic, The Boys Number. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think is more famous, Ray J or Brandy today?
God, Ray J? Mostly for that dance that he did.
Oh,
wow. That's part of it.
Yes, I popped it on and Kenny said he can hear me. I guess it works. Does it sound better to you, Damien?
No.
Hello. It sounds the same?
The echo's gone. It sounds different. But
what kind of mic? It does sound different. What kind of? Can you hold your mic up to the camera? And then
the other mic that I had?
The mic that you're using.
I'm using a wireless headset.
Oh.
There's a mic. Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. That's fine. Can you go ahead, Jesse? Okay. Jesse thinks it's better. So let's
okay.
Because it's going through like different compressions and stuff. So if Jesse says it sounds better, then we're good. Can you show us the wallpaper?
Oh God. Why did I say this? You guys are going to make fun of me. Let's see.
Oh, that's actually dope. That's really dope.
Yeah.
It is. It's tall. Like, see how far my ceilings are? That's some
there's nothing wrong with that.
I like that.
I mean, if you could really, when you guys come here to Airbnb next year for WrestleMania or whatever, you'll see how I'll probably do it again, but it's super bubbly because I didn't do it the correct way.
Oh, dude, that would drive me crazy. That would drive me crazy.
I keep looking at it. I'm like, I need to do this, but I haven't done it yet.
Oh, the bubbles would drive me nuts.
You were saying
I'm a little.
I was thinking like something at the top of your ceiling, like flowers at the top. I was like, why? Who does this anymore?
But were you thinking grandma plaid?
That's actually pretty dope. I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's supposed to be like connected, but I separated them like by a couple of inches to make it look kind of cool and spread out. A lot of wall space.
I think that looks dope.
A lot of wall space.
It looks like all those ads I get served for like 4-piece canvas sets and stuff like that.
My sister wanted to get Jackson the Cleveland skyline. I was like, I don't think they make Cleveland skylines. Nobody wants them.
Did you guys know that Sacramento this past year or whatever, it was number 4 in the country in people moving to the city?
All them people that came from San Francisco.
Yeah. I didn't know it was number 4, but I have some friends who work in real estate in Sacramento, and they're like, there's nothing. Everything is taken.
And they're building more, like Roseville.
We're coming back, guys. Hang on. Sorry. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch and YouTube, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us. If you're on 1320 AM or 98.5 HD2, we appreciate you. Olivia Christian, 1320 host and contributor with us here. I want to get to Kenny's big cliffhanger question there that he threw out there from a Mark Stein podcast regarding Harrison Barnes. I want to get to that in just a second. But Jesse had mentioned something. We kind of talked about this a very little bit earlier, but I had to go back and see it for myself. So yesterday, Shams tweeted that Colin Kaepernick was going to invest into the Big Three. And then we learned later from The Athletic, the same publication that Shams is with, that's not true. And Colin Kaepernick's people were like, yeah, that's not true. So Shams deleted the tweet, which
I can understand it. I get it.
And don't you have to address it?
Well, yeah.
Like,
yeah, I
can just delete it and just delete it without like addressing your report.
So what I think he did, because I saw this as I get Shams alerts. What he did, and this is not acceptable. Like, you need to say, no, we need to hear from you. Is I think he retweeted The Athletic saying that it wasn't true. That's not good enough. By the way. I need to hear your tweets.
If that's the case, he unretweeted it. There is no mention. There is no mention of the Colin Kaepernick story that he put out there. Why do people feel like they can say stupid stuff about Colin Kaepernick with no ramifications? I like Shams a lot. He's tremendous at what he does. But fam, that is terrible. Like, you've got to address the report that you put out there, even if it's simply, hey, that's me. This is what, sources told me this is, or like, address it however you want to. But to just leave it out there like, oh, that didn't happen. No, that's kind of weak, man. Schefter pulled the same stunts before. That's a bad look in my eyes.
You know who should have retweeted The Athletic saying that or whatever? You know who should have retweeted that? Woj. That's what I would have done if I was Woj. Tweeted that, so we got the whole story.
How great would it have been if Woj just tweeted, "Whoops." or the shrug emoji or the Jordan gift. Oh, that would have been solid. That would have been solid. I had to see that, man. That's tough. That is tough.
I don't know.
I think you have to address it. I don't think retweeting The Athletic saying and then deleting the retweet. Just be like, my bad.
Okay, that's been up there long enough. Unretweet.
but you know what? Just like everything else in social media, we'll talk about it today. We'll forget about this moment from him in 2 weeks.
100%.
So
unless he gets something, if he gets something wrong again, and it's like, hey, you did it wrong the last time. You didn't call yourself. Like, that's why you don't want to put yourself. I mean, if you make a mistake, you make a mistake. When you call it out, you will find people who will remain your advocate, your ally, still believe what you have to say. But if you make it something where you're hiding from the truth, never happened, and you create that, as a habit, that's not great. That's not great.
I mean, I think it was said perfectly. He ain't been the same since D'Lo and KC swooped him.
It's really what it is.
He ain't been the same. Now he's just tweeting gibberish and everybody's confused. Because I know everybody got that push notification like, wait, what? Huh? Word? Okay.
Gotta call it out. Like, remember when I said the Warriors would win in 6? I own that. And I was right.
Nobody asked you about the Warriors. Yeah, bringing up all. What are we talking about here?
I haven't been on in a while. I just wanted to make. I remember having this conversation with Kenny. He thought they were gonna win in 7 if they got. Yeah.
I had Boston winning in 6, so I was wrong.
Oh, I'm gonna go back to that episode because I think you said it's going to go to 7, and
No,
the
I
Warriors
said,
might win in 7.
I said if the Boston Celtics win, it would be in 6. If the Warriors win, it would be in 7.
Okay.
Woj not clear. Sham's not clarifying what happened with the Kaepernick tweet. Is like me still saying, yeah, I think Boston's a better team though. I still think Boston's better. Like, I thought Boston was better, like till like the end of the 4th game. It was like, this might.
We'll make up for
that. And they did not make up for it. But Shams could make up for it, perhaps by announcing another Sacramento Kings tweet. KC, you want to reset your question? Actually, I have the tweet in front of me. I don't know if you still do.
No, go ahead.
Mark Stein. This is from our man Cameron Salerno, who Sacramento Bee, who kind of put this out there. Mark Stein said on Spotify Live that he wouldn't be surprised if the Sacramento Kings made moves and Harrison Barnes is a name to watch. There's also a line about there being involved in 1,000 different trades. And your question before the break was what?
Well, I was just saying, look, if they are involved in trade discussions for Harrison Barnes, we just got to ask the question. I mean, is that the move to make? Is Harrison Barnes the best option that you could have at that small forward spot with how your roster is constructed currently right now? What you may think you could possibly be getting back in a trade is the best option to just stay with Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I don't know what our line has been pretty consistent. If you're trading Harrison Barnes, what do you want in return? And now I think it's even stronger now that Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter and you know those and Keegan Murray, like we have a better look at what the roster will be now than when Harrison Barnes conversations, started at the end of the year, at the end of the regular season.
Right.
What do you want in return for Harrison Barnes? What do you want that player to do? I want him to do what Harrison Barnes can do. Oh, okay. Well, that complicates this a little bit because I don't know who that is. Now the other side of that coin, is this is the last year of his contract, and this will be the third player of value that you let walk if you don't trade him between now. And there's all sorts of things that that come up in conversation if you don't trade Harrison Barnes. Like now before the season starts, like if the Kings are playing well, you get to February and Harrison Barnes is a part of why the Kings are playing well. How do you trade him? Right. Like, how do you risk blowing up what you've done and missing the playoffs again for the 17th straight season? Right. And then that ultimately no deal done in February means probably Harrison Barnes leaves at the end of the year for nothing. I honestly think I've settled in on if Harrison Barnes is a member of the Sacramento Kings for the entire season and decides I've done my time here, it looks like you guys got something cooking. Hopefully you guys got something cooking. I'm going to go explore my options elsewhere. I think I'd be completely okay with that.
I kind of feel the same way. I'd feel the same way. And because of that, unless it's a great deal, I don't have a problem with him like being here the whole year. And if you don't get him, if you don't retain him, like you said, I'm okay with it. We'll move on.
And I think that's the confusing thing is we don't know we don't know who the trade would be for. Like who fits better than he does.
Wow.
Well, it's like what you said. We want somebody to do what you want somebody who can do what Harrison Barnes does. Just let Harrison Barnes do it.
Right.
If there's
flaws in that, like I understand the concerns in that. Like I completely get it. Like not trying to be naive to, if James Ham was here, and rightfully so, by the way, he'd yell at us about asset management. And I don't like, I get that line of thinking completely. It's just, if Harrison is your best chance to win, you've got to take, this is almost we might be on the verge of experiencing the Kenny Caraway model right here.
Oh,
make the playoffs this year at all costs.
I'm okay with that.
And at all cost could very well B, Harrison Barnes being a Sacramento King all year and being able to enter free agency at the end of the season.
But look here. So I'm just speculating. We're just talking here. I think what you're talking about could possibly be a Tobias Harris situation. I think Tobias Harris is a better player than Harrison Barnes today. That's my thought. It's not drastically better. He's not way better, but I think Tobias is better than Harrison Barnes is today in 2022. If you have to take on this contract that everybody thinks just will end your franchise, if you take on that extra year or whatever the case may be, but you're getting the better player, I have no problem with that deal. I don't.
Is Tobias Harris the new Cam Reddish?
No, not at all.
I don't.
But I think he's better than Harrison Barnes. Like, I do think he's better than Harrison Barnes. And in that situation, you're also probably getting a Thibault or another player. It's not a straight player for player swap, I don't think. You probably get another player in there as well. You may have to add a player in there as well, whether it's Rashawn Holmes or something like that. But I think the one that people have said, if it was our guy Terrence Davis, Rashawn Holmes, and Harrison Barnes for Tobias Harris and Matisse Thybulle, I think I'm okay if they made that deal.
I don't have a problem with it.
That particular deal, I don't think I have a problem with that one.
Everyone's frustration, we get frustrated about the weirdest things, and with Tobias it'll be, oh, but he makes $37 million, not this upcoming season, but the following season, or whatever the number is. It's $72 million over the next 2 years. One, and I think you have to remind sports fans of this, it ain't your money. Two, it completely comes off the books the next year. And if you trade, if Rashawn is involved in that, and that seems to be the, for salary purposes, that's probably a part of it as well. In the end, you're saving $10 million on Harrison because you'd have 37 drop off from Harrison Barnes after next year, where Rashawn would still have a year on his contract. So you'd save 10 or 11. I don't know what Matisse Thybulle's deal looks like, though, to be honest with you. I wouldn't hate it. I guess we just have to go with this. I'm all in on the way Monty's building this team. And that's what it boils down to. Like, if you Olivia, we were talking about this at draft time when it came to Jaden Ivey and Keegan Murray, the two kind of players that were thought to be the number 4 pick or at least the Kings selection. Is if you like Jaden Ivey, that's great. If you like Keegan Murray, that's great. But if you trust what Monty McNair has done so far, particularly in the draft with Tyrese Halliburton, how good Tyrese is, how he was able to use that to get Domantas Sabonis, use that like it's an ad. He was able to use Tyrese Halliburton to get Domantas Sabonis. And then if you like Davion Mitchell, you kind of got to trust what Monty McNair is doing. And a lot of people like Keegan Murray. He's rewarded that confidence here in the California Classic. A lot of people like the moves that he made in terms of Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter. If you're in, you be in and wait for it to fail before you get frustrated. Don't get frustrated before it fails. We've got reason enough when stuff happens to be frustrated. Don't get frustrated before something happens.
I'm with you on that. Like, let's just trust the process. So far, the process has turned out, like, in the moves that have been made, and we're just going to have to see where it goes. And Kenny, in terms of your question, like, I feel like we can go either way. I'm good with Barnes staying with us for this last year. I think he can contribute. He's a veteran. I think there's some stability there. His temperament, I like it. Sometimes I want to do more fiery, but that's not what it is. So I like what he brings to the Kings. And I think with this young backcourt, I feel like it'd be good for him to stay there. But if they made moves like the moves that you described, I wouldn't be mad at that either. It's really just about taking advantage of what's available to you, making sure that you're making moves that are bringing you closer and closer to that coveted playoff spot.
Yeah, That's an interesting point. I don't know why your internet hates us. Like, I would love to trade your internet right now, but you actually made a great point in between all of those computer sounds. Have we gotten to the point where, because it seemed like, we all kind of seemed like, and Olivia just laid this out where it's like, if you do, I get it. If you don't, I get it. We've gotten to this situation where it makes sense. We understand each direction that Monty McNair could go with Harrison Barnes. With what we've seen this offseason is because there was a time where Harrison Barnes, in addition to that number 4 pick, felt like the biggest trade piece that the Kings had. And that's probably still true. Mm-hmm. But does anyone still think that a Harrison Barnes trade is the most important thing that the Kings can do? Because given how
the most important thing they can do that's left.
No. So like we know it's the most important thing they could do that's left, but it felt like that was one of the things at the top of the list 2 months ago. When game 82 was played, it felt like, okay, what are they going to do with Harrison Barnes moving forward is going to be it's going to be super important to how the Kings offseason goes. Mm-hmm. But yet they moved up in the lottery. They landed a number 4 pick that we believe is a starter, a number 4 pick who's played really well so far in Summer League. They made a key free agent acquisition, and I think we're all in agreement this was a really, really good trade for Kevin Huerter. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, and Harrison is still here. So we saw this improvement to the roster. We saw Monty McNair make these moves. We're talking about how indifferent, and I don't mean indifference as in we don't care, but indifference is we understand either way. Right. That, if Harrison is here, cool. If he's not, hopefully the deal is strong, but it no longer feels like the most important thing, especially if you can see success either way.
Right, because I think a lot of the times before the draft and before these other deals, I was one of the people where I was like, well, how are you going to get better? You know what I mean? Where are you going to get better? Where are you going to add these pieces if you don't trade on draft night or whatever the case may be? Because I don't think Harrison Barnes is going to yield you the things you're looking for. And it was like dire that night. Remember the day after, I was just like, oh, they didn't do good enough. Well, now they've done good enough, right? And I look at it as, if you have Harrison here, it's not the worst thing in the world. You don't have to move on from him. If you find something that works, we're all for it. But the sense of urgency and the level of importance, I think, has gone down within the last week and a half.
Yeah.
And how amazing is that?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. That's the part where it's like, no, it seemed so important 2 months ago, and now it's like, I'm cool either way. Like I'm good no matter what Harrison does. I'm good no matter what Monty decides to do with Harrison. Like it's crazy how much that has shifted in the last couple of weeks. I have to read this.
Yeah, I think that's why.
You're like delayed. Like your internet hates us. I don't know why. I don't know what we did to the internet at your beautiful home with the San Francisco skyline. It was fine until we told you to show us the skyline. And I'm pretty sure you moving your Surface shook up the whole internet foundation there. But I had to find the original article to relay this to you. This is where we're at right now with Kevin Durant.
Oh boy.
Yahoo says that the Brooklyn Nets made the Minnesota Timberwolves an offer.
Mm-hmm.
Get Kevin Durant to Minnesota. They asked for Karl Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards, and 4 draft picks in return for Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant ain't never going nowhere, man.
This is
what you asking for every time you have somebody to trade with. He ain't never going nowhere.
That's a deal proposal from someone who doesn't really want to make a deal.
Mm-hmm. That's Olivia, do you think there's a chance Kevin Durant plays for the Nets next year? Oh no, now we can't hear at all.
We can't hear Olivia at all. Olivia, we lost you. We lost just oh, wait a minute, you're muted. For some reason, Olivia, you're muted. That's what's wrong. Did you somehow your microphone got muted? No. Yep. Just all right.
Now can you?
No. No.
Yeah.
I can literally see. All right. This is ridiculous. So look, we've got to say, like, you're literally muted. We've just got to say goodbye. That's well, like, I can see the little sign on her computer that says it's muted, but I guess she can't. I don't know how that happened. Oh wait, there it is. I think we got it. Okay, we're back. All right, we're back. We're cooking again, and I forgot my question. So
I asked her. I said, "Does she think Kevin Durant is going to play for the Nets next year?"
I feel like this is.
Now she's 90 million feet away. How? How?
Hello.
How, Sway?
Can you hear me now?
How about it's all good. We made it almost a whole day. Let's just say, make sure you're subscribing to the Game Last Night social channel so you can get the Game Last Night cap, which has been dropping multiple times a week. Make sure you subscribe there, and follow Olivia on Instagram and Twitter and all of that good. TikTok is popping over for Olivia, so make sure you're following there. And we will plan to see you here next week for likely another technology disaster. You know what's so funny? Since whatever happened, like, look, the picture like completely cleared up. Now,
it's always that way, right? When you ask, like, we can't hear you. How's it going right now? Is it steady? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
You sound completely fine. You sound completely fine. Like, I don't understand. I don't know how to explain this.
I don't know either. And it wasn't like this in the early days. It was perfectly fine. Maybe it's just this floor of my house. I don't know.
I think you need to go back up to the 5th floor the penthouse where you originally were doing the show, instead of here on the San Francisco skyline floor.
I'm sorry. This is the worst. But I was going to say about Kevin Durant, my brother would be very excited if he moved to Minnesota.
And now the cops are back.
The cops are back.
Okay. Finish the minute Minnesota. Your brother would be excited about Minnesota?
Yes. Minnesota, it's cold a lot, -17. So if he had a reason to leave his house, it would be for Kevin Durant. I'm gone again.
Kevin Durant argument to get him there. I wouldn't want to be traded there.
I feel like we did talk about this. Did you watch Hustle?
I don't think we talked about it.
No, I haven't watched Hustle yet.
Oh, you got to watch it.
I think
it's good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You've got to watch it. You absolutely have to watch it. It's very good, and it's the number one reason why you don't trade Anthony Edwards. Mercifully, this show has come to an end. Not because technology is forcing us to end, but because it's actually 4:00 and we can just throw the dirt on all of this. So thank you so much for being with us. Hit the thumbs up despite our technical difficulties. Be back here tomorrow at noon with D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil on ESPN 1320.
Holla.
So, show's over. Holy crap.
Olivia, I don't know if you heard, but I injured my calf a couple weeks ago.
Doing stretches and exercises for your calves, right?
No, I was playing basketball.
Same thing. You're still working out. That's what I like to hear.
It's been,
How bad is it?
It was bad. It might have been like a slight tear, maybe a calf, but it's I'm walking better now, but I can't run yet consistently. I can't play myself.
Are you in a boot or
no boot? Just using the old massage gun and this what's this? It's called Penetrex.
Oh yeah, that's Penetrex. When Kenny mentioned Penetrex, that's when we realized, like, hey, now we should probably just throw the censored graphic up and.
I really paused. I was like, Penetrex for your calf? Okay.
Yeah, man. It's It's supposed to be great. I used it before, and it worked relatively well, so I went back to the well.
Is it just like you like an ice hot? You rub it on your leg, and
Probably
then
like
you punch.
Maybe so, but it doesn't have the burn or nothing like that. Just put it on here about 2 or 3 times. Actually, it says 3 to 4.
Burn is what lets you know that it's working.
I know. I do embrace the burn of icy hot, but I don't use it.
I'll put some Vicks Vapor Rub on that. That'll heal anything. Get that Vicks Vapor Rub.
That and Theraflu. Get Theraflu.
I'm so sorry. It really does stress me out when my interwebs are bad. I rebooted before I got here. I think it's because my wireless headphones were, because you guys were delayed for me too. Like I couldn't, your mouths were moving slower. Like the sound was coming before
I could pick up on the delay. Like I was like, yep, we're off. She can't, she's not following us.
So,
it's tough. It's part of the game. It's no big deal.
Well, I don't know. We can talk about this later, I guess. I don't know if Jesse or Joe or Jeff will send me a mic or one of the J's.
I'm gonna guess no one will. So I will happily send you one. All right, we'll ask our head of tech. It's Jesse, Jonathan, Jeff, and Joe, which is just fantastic. We'll ask Jonathan if we can get one sent to you. If not, I'll do it. I'll send one.
I got one too. I got a few.
Or we can spend some time trying to troubleshoot with my other mic, because I there has to be a reason why I can't hear you if I'm. That doesn't make any sense. I'm probably doing something wrong.
Yeah, we could absolutely. We could always hop on here and troubleshoot it and figure it out. That's no problem. That's easy work. But yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, we just started doing this last week, so we'll figure it out. That was sarcasm. Thank you. A little delayed. But.
For a second there, I was like, wait, what? What time is it?
David.
There you go, David. Now we're getting people attempting to pay for Olivia's internet. That's fantastic.
It's not a lack of fun. I can show you my closet. The money exists. It's the speed for whatever reason. I actually talked to my provider, and they said, "Oh, you're in a great place. You have lots of windows. You're high up, but now it has to travel through the building, and by the time it gets to you, it's slow." I'm like, "What? That doesn't make any sense."
It's not the pockets. I mean, just look at the background. I don't have a spiral staircase. I mean, it ain't you don't just get that.
If you want to send money, I will throw my cash up down there, but that's not necessarily going to be spent on interwebs. It'll be spent somewhere else. Buying new rugs.
Yeah, I mean, rugs will help the sound. Rugs will.
You can go get some. You can get some soda, McDonald's soda cases. Isn't that what they carry cases?
They put them on the wall.
Yeah. Have you seen Hustle and Flow?
Yes, that was one of the movies on the list that you thought I wouldn't. A very hot, sweaty movie. Hustle and Flow.
It was very hot and sweaty.
That's right. You said it had very episode 2 winning time vibe. Why is it so hot in there?
That whole movie, like, turn a fan on. There's no way. This is too hot. Seeing people sweat like that just makes me uncomfortable. But you know what? I've started rewatching The Wire.
Oh, I was thinking about doing that. That's good stuff. I was thinking about doing that.
We talked about it like a month ago. I'm still in season 1. But one thing that I'm picking up on this time is, like, you'll be in it, watching it, and then all of a sudden the show just kind of ends. All of a sudden the music comes in, and you're like, oh, more next time. There's no obvious ending to any episode. You're kind of in it.
Coming back.
It's like boom, boom. Like, oh, it's the end.
It's like, oh no, it can't be over. No,
Well, those were back in the days when you had to wait a week to
Yeah,
watch.
I was just about to say I'd be a mess if I watched that in real time with some of those episodes. Like, you just ended. I gotta wait now.
But see, that's the good thing, and that's the challenge with Netflix, because they dump all of these shows all at once. It took 6 months to make. We watched it in a weekend, and now we're like, well, what else you got? And HBO Max is like, they send it out once a week, and so does Apple.
TV
And they
does that too.
I'm sorry?
Apple TV does that too. They put their original shows out like one at a time.
Yeah. Amazon. I don't know. Do you guys watch The Boys on Amazon?
No, I've heard about that. I haven't watched it yet, though.
It's like a superhero, but it's like a rated R superhero stuff. It's awesome.
Somebody's in that show that I like. I think it's an actress.
There aren't many like famous people in that show. I mean, they're famous now because The Boys is very popular, but it's so good. It is a must watch.
Yeah, people are digging it. But this what is this on Amazon?
Amazon Prime, like, yeah. I think this season is the 3rd or 4th season. This season is the wildest, but I really like it. It's not like he said it's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are police helicopters racing past my window right now. Just
always something going on down there, like every day.
But it's so fast. Oh, they had somebody. Yeah, because they're like,
oh my God.
Oh, I wish I could show you, but my interwebs are too cheap. I can't do it. Sorry. I don't have the money to spend.
I almost want you to try. This is I want to know what's going on.
One time a helicopter came, like, you've seen my window, like the big window. I was in my room and all of a sudden a helicopter like dropped right down in front of it because they were chasing this car. But it was so scary. The way it dropped down, I thought it could have gone into my apartment. It was so close, and it took a deep dive, and it was driving right above. I'm like, this is crazy. This is why accidents happen. But this is like the LAPD is like, we're having fun. We're going on a chase with our 3,000 helicopter. It's super unsafe, crazy unsafe. There's no way whatever that person stole is worth dipping and diving helicopters in between these buildings that are so close. It's wild.
It seems impossible. That's crazy.
Yeah. But it happens. It happens. And the fireworks are still going off.
Oh.
It's so bad here.
It is what it is.
Worst human beings in the world. All right, we're going to end the stream. We appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for hanging with us through a couple of those technical difficulties. And we'll hang out again tomorrow. Please join us.